The European security architecture have changed fundamentally after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The change in the security landscape makes it necessary to analyze how we best secure peace for Finland and in our region in the future. So the report sees NATO as it is, not only as a military alliance, but also as a political alliance.
Sotaan nyt marssimme kotikulta jääkö, jääkäri veri tässä velvoittaa. Ylös veljet valkoiset, alas ryssät punaiset, ei auta vihamiestä armahtaa. Ylös veljet valkoiset, alas ryssät punaiset, ei auta vihamiestä armahtaa. Voittoja väkeviä saatu jo monta, meillä on valkoisessa Suomessa. Oulu olkoon omamme, Vaasa varsin varmamme, Viipuria vastahan nyt vierimme. Oulu olkoon omamme, Vaasa varsin varmamme, Viipuria vastahan nyt vierimme. Veriset on taistelut takanamme käyty, kuka heitä kaikkia muistaakaan. Askivesi varkaus, Mäntyharjun harppaus, Karjalan kaikki hoiva varjelemus. Askivesi varkaus, Mäntyharjun harppaus, Karjalan kaikki hoiva varjelemus. Anttilan harjoilla pommit ne paukkuu, raudussa skrapnellit räiskähtelee. Vahvala se ankarin, Sorinmäki sankarin, Pullilankin punikin ne rangaistaan. Vahvala se ankarin, Sorinmäki sankarin, Pullilankin punikin ne rangaistaan. Tulkoon ryssiä 1000, Karjalan armeija kestää sen. Aika on jo ahmistaa, punakartit puhdistaa, venäläisen verikoirat karkoittaa. Aika on jo ahmistaa, punakartit puhdistaa, venäläisen verikoirat karkoittaa. Kuolema korkea sankarin palkka, urhojen haudoilla hurrataan. Ruumissaakon haavataan, kuulat käytön kulkuaan, sielu jääpi perinnöksi syntymämaan. Ruumissaakon haavataan, kuulat käytön kulkuaan, sielu jääpi perinnöksi syntymämaan. Diakonin sinnaan leijona lippu, jukolisten pojat me nostetaan. Suomen voimat
And I have just spoken with President Sauli Niinistö to congratulate him on this historic occasion. Finland will formally join our alliance in the coming days.
окончателно в една чужда колония. Ще напуснем ли това?
The European security architecture have changed fundamentally after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The change in the security landscape makes it necessary to analyze how we best secure peace for Finland and in our region in the future. Also, the report sees NATO as it is, not only as a military alliance, but also as a political alliance.
Sotahan nyt marssimme kotikultajääkön, jääkäriveli tässä velvoittaa. Ylös veljet valkoiset, alas ryssät punaiset, ei nyt auta vihamiestä armahtaa. Ylös veljet valkoiset, alas ryssät punaiset, ei nyt auta vihamiestä armahtaa. Voittoja väkeviä saatu jo monta, meillä on valkoisessa Suomessa. Oulu olkoon omamme, Vaasa varsin varmamme, Viipuria vastahan nyt vierimme. Oulu olkoon omamme, Vaasa varsin varmamme, Viipuria vastahan nyt vierimme. Veriset on taistelut takanamme käyty, kuka heitä kaikkia muistaakaan. Askivesi varkaus, Mäntyharjun harppaus, Karjalan kaikki voima varjelemus. Askivesi varkaus, Mäntyharjun harppaus, Karjalan kaikki voima varjelemus. Anttilan harjoilla pommit ne pauktuu, raudussa skraapellit räiskähtelee. Vahvala se ankarin, suurin näki sankarin, Pullilankin punikin ne rangaistaan. Vahvala se ankarin, suurin näki sankarin, Pullilankin punikin ne rangaistaan. Tulkoon ryssi
And I have just spoken with President Sauli Niinistö to congratulate him on this historic occasion. Finland will formally join our alliance in the coming days.
Sparde. Hello, chat. How are you? Shabbat Shalom. Guten Abend. Happy Sunday. Happy Palm Sunday to all Western Rite Christians. How are you? How is everyone today? Bit of a strange one to have a stream on a Sunday, late on a Sunday as well, but since there was elections and I was being a bit lazy and a bit busy the past couple days, I just pushed it back a little bit. So, how is everyone? How is chat? How is everyone doing? So, itinerary of the stream. Probably a bit over expansive. This stream might be, so we'll see how it goes. But going to be looking at Bulgaria and Finland, which have had national elections this week. And I am not an expert in the domestic politics of these elections. I just have a broad understanding of what the parties are and what they want. So it's going to be more of a I'm going to look at the geopolitics of Finland and Bulgaria and how it relates to Russia and Ukraine. So that's how I'm going to sort of juxtapose that portion of the stream. And then also alongside this is I do have an Israeli, and I'm just going to ask you, chat. I know some of you are... I know, chat. I know. Doesn't need to be said. I'm just asking. This guy is a guest. He's doing me a solid here. I'm just asking if chat could potentially just be rein in its more colorful ideas, shall we say, just for the duration of the stream. Just come, listen, as I have a bit of a discussion with him. And who knows, you might be able to learn something. If you have very strong opinions on Israel beforehand, that's okay. You can keep those and probably go away and still hold those strong opinions. I'm just asking. He is a guest, so just try and be a bit respectful. Just for me, chat, please. Whenever I bring him on, might open it up to a couple of questions from chat. Although the same caveat applies if someone's going to ask like some outrageous stuff that's going to get me in trouble with YouTube or the police or anything like that. Not going to ask that. If you ask a serious question, I'll put it to him and we'll see how it goes. But if you are insistent on asking something horrifically anti-Semitic and racist, I mean, at least give it as a super chat. If you want me to say racist and anti-Semitic things, if you want the monkey to dance the racist and anti-Semitic song, you're going to have to throw some money into the monkey's cup, okay? That's the agreement here. So, that, and I might touch a bit on the situation in Montenegro, but I really have very poor understanding of that, but I can have a very brief look into that. So, just before we start to jump straight into it, breaking news the past couple of hours. I'm sure people who are autistic... Oh, and it's also World Autism Day. Happy autism to all autists, spurgs, and other special people. But for the people who are not aware, who aren't as autist as myself, there has been a assassination in St. Petersburg in the past few hours. Let me just bring up the post where I can see it. Vladin Tatarsky, he is a very famous Russian military blogger. Very big on Telegram. I've shared some of his posts over the months into my channel. He was killed in what looks like a targeted assassination via a bomb that exploded in a cafe where he was giving a bit of a presentation today in St. Petersburg. The obvious suggestion, and all eyes in Russia at least, are looking at Ukraine or pro-Ukrainian actors in Russia. It appears that a woman has been identified and the police are currently looking for. But if she was indeed working for the SBU or some kind of organ of the Ukrainian state, chances are she's probably in Finland or Estonia by now. But nonetheless, Vladlen, not Vladin. Okay, Vladlen Tatarsky. He is the guy who was just killed in the past few hours in Russia. So Russian channels are pretty incensed by this, understandably. Of course, this isn't too long beyond the assassination of Daria Dugin. So pretty hot button issue in the Russian nationalist and more pro-militarist spheres. So this could lead to some kind of ramifications, probably a step up of Russian military strikes, drones, and missile strikes across Ukraine. So just flagging that up. If I have a bit of time, I'll probably go into a quick overview of what has happened on the front since my last stream the other day. But just flagging that up, it's a fairly significant event. Keep a bit of an eye on that, and I will follow the story in the Telegram channel as it goes. So, with this, I think I am probably, since the guy is here... I might just jump straight into the Israeli stuff, because I am mindful that it's Israel is 2 hours ahead of me, so it's pushing 9, coming up to 10 in Israel. So I wouldn't want to keep this guy here too long. So I'll see if he is happens to be free at the moment, and I'll bring him on for a bit of a discussion. Mostly covering this guy. He sort of works around Israeli politics, has a great insight into it, far more than I do, so maybe he could give us a bit more of an insight into what has caused the political crisis there, the various factions involved, and maybe potentially how foreign actors, namely the United States and Western governments, might be encouraging the situation to in a phrase. So I'll just put across the message to him, see if he's ready to jump on. Typing. Just waiting for his response. So, yeah, I'll give him a call now. We'll see how it goes. So, chat. I'm going to do it via Telegram call. So we'll see how it goes. Might be a couple of issues here or there, but we'll see how we deal with it. So. Just going to give the guy from Israel a bit of a bell now, and I guess we'll plow straight into the Israeli part of the stream. So, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear me.
Yeah, the audio is just not quite the best as it is on your end.
It sounds good, but I can try the other way if you like.
It's coming a bit clearer now. So, chap, this is a gentleman from Israel, has a far better insight into Israeli politics than I do. So, I guess I'll just leave it over to you if you want to give a quick introduction to yourself, or.
Hi. Glad to be on chat. Thank you so much on the stream, rather. Thanks so much for having me. I can give a bit of an overview to you about the situation on the ground, but I think it's you have the basic gist of it, which is that there's in fact an attempt by maybe certain outside forces, secular aligned groups that have been holding on to power, and they're trying their best to maintain their grasp via some of the traditional spaces, media, journalism, etc., and as well as the judiciary. And what we're seeing now in Israel is sort of the silent majority having its rights. It voted an election for the specific agenda of reforming the judiciary, pushing back some of these secular radical agendas, and they're not seeing their votes translated into policy. And as a result, you have this back and forth where finally you have some counter protests from what you might call the right, and we'll have to see how that goes on. But yeah, please, if you have any questions.
Yeah, no problem. So the way I'm afraid I'm going to have to swing this is I'm going to speak, then I'm going to mute my microphone just so there isn't an echo that comes back through my mic. It's starting to pick up a bit for chat. So if there's a bit of clumsiness on my end regarding that, do forgive me. But so just so chat has an idea, I'm not going to go into what you do specifically, but you do work in the realm of Israeli politics, so you're not just a man on the street as such. But I guess just to start from the outset, because the recent protests and stuff, from my understanding at least, is that it's over a judicial reform that the Netanyahu government is trying to push in. Do you have an insight into the more specifics of that reform and why it is proved so incendiary to the opposition in Israel?
Sure. Yeah, I guess the most important point, at least to my view, before you actually get into the specifics of what the reform is that multiple members of the opposition, the current opposition, were actually in favor of a lot of these reforms, vocally so, as recently as a year ago. Some of them with even more far-reaching proposals. So therefore, when I hear the same voices jumping up and down, shouting that these reforms will end democracy in the country, I can't help but take a great deal of skepticism, and I don't believe that they're being genuine. What's obviously going on, I probably don't need to tell you, is that politicians like to see power. The job of the opposition is to create instability so that they can return to power, and that's what they're trying to do. And taking advantage of part of the population that perhaps is naive, as well as the more deep-seated conflict between maybe the sort of secularists that have been trying to get their agenda pushed in despite not having a majority in this country via maintaining control in the judiciary. As far as what the actual reforms are, I could sum it up into a few things, but basically, Israel doesn't have a written constitution as such, but is otherwise structured more or less in the image of the British, because the previous government in this territory was in fact the British government, the Palestine Mandate until 1948, and so much of the legal infrastructure in this country is based on that. So things kind of worked out just fine, more or less, but in the 1990s, there was a movement of judicial activism that began, and I don't want to get too much in the weeds here, but there was a very specific judge appointed to the Supreme Court who began little by little grabbing power. It would really be the most accurate way to put it, even if I'm being a bit direct about it, by creating certain rules and practices that the Supreme Court in the past had not had. And just a very brief overview. If you like, we can have a broader legal discussion, but a very brief overview about that is that he initially decided to first remove the requirement for standing, and if the stream isn't familiar with legal standing, in basically any court in the world, in almost any Western system certainly, in order to go to court, you need to show that you are directly impacted. So if the court passes if the government passes some law, for example, if we're talking about judicial review, the court's ability to deal with government, if the government has passed some law that is maybe a terrible law, but affects my neighbor and doesn't affect me, I can't go and sue in court. My neighbor might be able to. So by doing that, by removing standing, you first create this whole cottage industry of NGOs that now basically every day they see a news story about some government proposal or a law that's passed. The next day they already are submitting suits directly to the Supreme Court. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the idea of justiciability, which means that, again, in basically every legal system in the West, the courts say, we know laws, we don't know, for example, foreign policy or military matters. So we can't rule on issues to do with, I don't know, if the government decides, if the British government decides to go to war in some place, that's a political issue perhaps, it's a military issue, but you can't sue the government over the fact that they've decided to have that policy of going to war. You can't sue the government because the government has decided to break off relations with some country, for example. And so the same judge in the 1990s also removed this requirement for justiciability. So now anybody can go to court, and now you can also sue the government over all these matters that in the past were not in the purview of the legal system. So you can already start to see where the balance of where the separation of powers begins to become a bit fuzzy. Then there's a few more things. They come up with this idea of reasonability, which is not in and of itself foreign to legal concept, but essentially to legal decision making. But essentially, what you'd have is perhaps the government would pass a law, and there's by statute a certain number of rules that a law would have to abide by in order to be considered legal. For example, wouldn't be able to discriminate arbitrarily, and there's a number of things of that matter. But what ends up happening is, even if a law that would be passed would not violate any of these statutory problematic issues, so thus would be considered to be completely legal, the judge could still come along and say, well, it might be legal, but it still doesn't seem reasonable to me, and would be able to then essentially freeze the law and send it back to the drawing board, which essentially gave the High Court this very broad veto power over the executive and legislative branches of the government, and those are of the country. And so those three things, together with a couple of other points, basically have created an imbalance where you have an unelected court, and maybe that's one of the other things that I could briefly touch on, but an unelected court which comes in and overturns the policies of the elected representatives. I guess that the last point maybe to talk about is that in fact the judges, not only are they unelected, but they actually elect themselves in a sense, which of course is not conducive to diversity of thought. So that you have the same sort of club of judges that run things. And so in the last 30 years, this trend has gotten worse and worse and worse, to the extent where you had the court giving in real time during military operations, for example, telling commanders on the ground they could go to the left but not to the right, or in causing billions of dollars of damage. In Israel recently had some large natural gas fines, and the court didn't allow them to deal with that. There were questions to do with migrants from Africa that were flooding the country, and the vast majority of which were not considered to have been actual refugee seekers, asylum seekers rather, but economic migrants. And the court prevented the government from dealing with that. In that case, especially, that really angered a lot of people, because you had actual voting citizens of the country, often the poor, older people who couldn't leave neighborhoods that have now become turned into slums, and crazy stories of crime and rape and such. And Israel really is a country with almost, despite the headlines, pretty much no violent crime at all, unless you're maybe in the organized crime or something like that. But if you're not, the average community has basically no violence, and suddenly there's this violence, and the voters were crying out to the government. The government, 4 separate occasions, tried to create policies to deal with this problem, and were ruled down by the High Court. And essentially, the High Court is saying, well, little people, voters, and your elected officials, we know better, because it's our job to do what is the higher legal ideal. That's our job, to enforce that, something which is undefined and essentially is often not reflective of the real world, or worse, is reflective of a different type of maybe an ideology which is more leading towards this whole secularist ideology. And that maybe I could also say one other word on the electoral dynamics of Israel, which is that for essentially the last 40 years, the right wing has basically won almost every single election. The few times when the left has come to power, it's been because of various political games that usually used certain right-wing parties. But despite that, much of the people, the electorate, which is by and large more center-right, has felt that they're, despite being in power in quotation marks for 40 years or much of it, that their policy agenda hasn't been implemented and has been constantly thwarted by this elite, and specifically through the body of the Supreme Court. So that's in a very, very brief explanation to what is actually going on here. But please, any questions you may have.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of issues there that definitely very similar issues. The immigration issue especially is almost exact. It's like strange how diversity, no matter where it crops up, whenever it's forced via immigration, never quite turns out for the best of the community that's forced to deal with it. But so just to sort of sum it up, so a very activist court that came in the 1990s, and from my understanding is the Israeli Labour Party kind of collapsed in the 1990s. That was the sort of death of the Israeli left, as it were, as the hegemonic political force. I'm not too sure if I might be reading too much into it via ignorance, if there might be a link between the sort of decline of the old Israeli Labour Party and the Israeli left, and then the rise of the Netanyahu era, for lack of a better term, and then this sort of very activist judicial system that sorts to come in and frustrates the government. I don't know if I might be reading too much into that, or if it might just be similar, but I wasn't aware that Israel didn't have a constitution. I wasn't aware that it effectively inherited the constitutional setup, for lack of a better term, from the British Mandate of Palestine. Obviously, for people who are not aware in chat, the United Kingdom doesn't have a written constitution, and from what my guest here has said, that Israel seems quite the same. It's a common law system where law might be passed by the courts, but generally like legal and criminal law is defined by a case law and statutes that come out of court proceedings, and then that's what's passed down is pressed into the courts, and then in Israel it seems to pass into the law, and that sort of system. Just to tie it into sort of British voters who might have a resonate with this idea, because it sounds similar to the situation in Israel here. People remembers the constitutional crisis over Brexit in the UK a couple of years ago, where the abomination of the Supreme Court that was brought in by Tony Blair, a horrible Americanized institution that got rid of the law lords, and where in British constitutional law, the monarch, the sovereign, is meant to be the art, like the pinnacle of law. That's why whenever you are in a criminal trial, it's the crown versus you, or the crown versus X, because all political power descends from the crown. Well, because we don't have a codified constitution, which I think is good in certain ways, but this is an example, and it sounds like Israel is another example of this, where it could be abused as such, was we had this farce where the government prorogued Parliament because of the political opposition constantly frustrating Brexit. And then the Supreme Court became very politicized in the UK, where the Supreme Court took on the powers to override the decision of the monarch, because the Queen obviously had to assent to the prorogation of Parliament. And it was just a complete farce, and I don't think we quite recognise the potential constitutional damage that's done in the UK. But that's sort of a bit of a tangent aside there. But just going back to the Israeli issue, it sounds like there's a sort of a similar dynamic that might be potentially at work there. And it just sounds like... so there's no principle in this as such. It just seems to be cynical politics from the opposition in the Israeli Knesset.
That's certainly my take. In conversations with people, I have very short memories, so I don't need to tell you about what animal the masses often seem to resemble. But anybody who can look back more than 5 minutes, it's very clear. I was passing around a link to some of my friends and colleagues of the head of the Israeli opposition just last year, when he was, I think, in the premiership for a very brief period, saying on TV in living color exactly, proposing exactly the same sorts of issues. One of the major opposition figures was previously the justice minister in the Likud government under Netanyahu, and he's actually responsible for the groundwork that has led to this point. That's another issue, is that people are saying, well, it's being done very suddenly. None of that's really true. It's been in the works for many years, and they've tried at various points to progress certain parts of this legislative agenda. Which, again, maybe as a question of framing, it's important to point, they're not actually looking to change things. The opposite. They're looking to scale back some of these powers that the court has taken for itself without any source in the law. And the whole question of judicial review, where the court can tell the government that a law is illegal, that's something that doesn't have any, it's not founded in any sort of law at the moment. And one of the proposals is, well, there is a place for that to happen, according to the specific principles, and not according to the whims of the justice and imaginary unwritten principles of reasonability, but that needs to be anchored in actual law. And so two points that you mentioned that I should probably address in terms of the constitution. So early on in Israel's founding, of course, it was immediately at war in 1948-49. And so one of the results of that, there are many legal interesting things that developed as a result of that. But one was that the initial sitting of parliament, the Knesset, was also meant to have been a constitutional assembly. And ultimately, there was this broad decision to decide not to decide on putting together a constitution. And so that's what the situation was for many, many years. The formula that was given was that perhaps a constitution would be created in pieces as necessary, almost ad hoc. And that's what happened, in that certain core pieces of legislation were passed, but they were just regular pieces of legislation. One of the items that precipitated what was called the judicial revolution in the 1990s, by this one justice, Barak was his name, the one who I referred to earlier, was that a law was passed, a basic law. That's what these laws are called, which was basic law of human dignity, and that roughly mirrored many of the Western bills of rights in certain respects, and it was meant to be as well another element of this sort of proto-constitution, except it wasn't passed in a manner, at least as far as the parliamentarians after the fact said, they had no idea they were passing something that would become an actual constitutional document. What do I mean? The court very soon decided that this document would be used as a core, that and another law about freedom of occupation would be used in order as a mechanism for ruling against other laws that the parliament might pass that it would rule to be in opposition. In the way that in the United States, for example, a law can't contradict their constitution, the American Constitution. The difference being that in the United States, for example, and in most places, a constitution is passed through a very stringent process. In the United States, there was a constitutional assembly. Changes to the constitution are very, very difficult. In this case, not only was the law passed like a regular law, it wasn't even passed by a majority of the parliament. I think the actual vote was something, there's 120 members of parliament. You need 61 to have a majority. It was passed by something like 33 to 20 something. It wasn't even half the people were not in the room. It wasn't considered to have been this very special piece of legislation. Today, people say, when people point out criticism of what happened since that point, they say, in what country was a constitutional revolution announced by the courts? Right, which is essentially what happened. It was the judge that got up later on in his rulings and said, "Well, we've now had a constitutional revolution. We're now going to use this piece of law to strike down laws passed by the parliament." And take it a step further, is that just a few years ago, after a couple of decades of the court acting in this way and treating these laws as above the other laws, despite not having been passed with any great majority, the government said, okay, you're treating laws as being more special than other laws because they have the word basic law attached to them. Well, then we'll pass some other basic laws. And then the High Court actually came back to the Parliament and said, well, actually, we're not sure that we'll allow you to pass these basic laws. So it sort of created this very, very crazy topsy-turvy situation where the court's claiming there's a constitution, but also saying that the legislature is not allowed to modify or amend the constitution. And so that left many people scratching their heads and wondering who in fact is the sovereign, the elected representatives of the people, or the court. And so that's one of the other issues that's come to a head here. That's in terms of where Israel stands in terms of a constitution. So it's a bit more nuanced than there is no constitution, though there also is no constitution. Just in terms of what you said earlier about the collapse of labor, I think that's exactly right. That's really a very big part of what's going on here is the change of power. As I said, the left had barely had any power in this country for much of the last 4 decades. And in Israel, in the paradigm in Israel, the left-right issue is really along the axis of hawkish versus dovish, where the right is considered hawkish and the left dovish, primarily in security matters. And so what that means is that I suppose essentially in the late 90s, but especially in the 2000s, the left had been, I guess starting in the 1990s, the left basically came along and said, well, we'll solve part of the Arab-Israeli conflict by taking what until then had been a proscribed terrorist organization, importing the PLO, importing them into the country, arming them, and that will be a part of potential long-term solution for resolving part of the conflict. And what ended up happening is within a decade of that, it turned out that that wasn't a great idea. There was tremendous violence. And so in the public consciousness, the left wing sort of lost that debate. And since then, the Labour Party, which until 1977 had been the only party in government, they basically collapsed. And in this last election, the Labour Party, which had shrunk to 5 seats, nearly didn't even make it into parliament at all. Much of the opposition is made up of parties that are not really on substance issues very distinct from the right, other than they're part of the never Bibi, so to speak, camp. But yeah, you have it exactly right, and that's as I alluded to in the outset, one of the really big things that's going on is that the one place that this small minority of society has managed to maintain power, or one of the places where they have managed to maintain power, rather, is through their grip on the courts. A court which, again, selects itself. There's the panel for selection of judges has multiple members on it, but the trick is that the judges have a veto. So whenever the left is in power, they can easily put on any judge they like because they are together. They vote together with the court generally. And if the right is in power, well, then they need to find a candidate that the judges will accept. And that's another one of the points that they are that the politicians are attempting to address in the reform, in this judicial reform.
Okay, so there's a highly politicized court, an activist court that is extremely partisan, and the government's trying to reform that, and it's been seized upon by the opposition to destabilize the government. So then I guess sort of a couple of points just to sort of elucidate on that. A lot of my stuff, whenever I talk about anything outside of Russia and Ukraine, it tends to be on countries that are associated with them, and namely how they are kind of caught in the machinations of larger global powers that might exert influence on them. So recently I did a stream on Georgia, discussing recent strife in that country because the government tried to bring in a law that would audit NGOs that get most of their money from abroad. This was used as similar to Israel, maybe accurately my assessment, or maybe not. Probably you'd have a better idea of this, but that was what was seized on by the opposition in Georgia to start up a protest movement. That almost even before the protest movement really began, is you had, for example, Western NGOs and especially governments like the United States ambassador, the European Commission, the British ambassador, Western governments outright taking very strong partisan views against this particular bit of legislation in Georgia, and encouraging and in some cases outright funding the political opposition in their protests against the Georgian government. Is there a situation similar to that in Israel with regards to the United States? Because recently, of course, there was footage came out where Biden said that essentially Netanyahu isn't welcome at the White House, and that Israel needs to rethink the judicial reform. And then another point I would bring on there is I don't think I could ever see like an American Republican president. I don't think Trump would ever have said something like that, whereas Biden certainly is. And I sort of viewing it that there's a very dogmatic ideological aspect which the United States especially approaches these things with in Georgia, in countries in Europe, and I'm sort of viewing that as a similar aspect in Israel. Sorry, I just got a DM from someone. Would you have anything to sort of add on to that? And then just finally, another thing just to quickly tack on to that. It seems that Israel just seems to go through elections almost on a yearly basis at this stage. Very unstable governments that seem to last very, very shortly. I'm thinking of the Naftali Bennett government and then Netanyahu ministry just before that. Is there a reason why sort of one of these coalitions just can't seem to cobble together enough support to build a stable government? And then adding on to that, why has Bibi Netanyahu just got this ferociously anti and very pro-bloc, either supporting him or against him? I guess sort of like a Trump kind of never Trump, very pro-Trump sort of figure, if that's a correct analogy to put on to Israel. Would you have any insight into that at all?
Sure. Okay. Yeah. I'll start at the end. So in terms of the issue, Israel had, I think it was 5 elections in 4 years. Who says that you can't have too much democracy? But probably, I think Yeah, I suppose the main reason for that is a math question, and it's that in a number of elections, well, as I said before, the right has basically won every election for 40 years. The majority of the populace is on the more right side of most issues. Though it's a bit different than in the West, but yeah, broadly speaking, that's the case. That's the case. And what ended up happening essentially is at the beginning of this last flurry of elections, was that one of the right-wing camp parties had essentially decided to try and pressure Netanyahu to come to terms with them on a specific issue. That's part of the nature of coalition politics. But as opposed to the sorts of political blackmail that happen in every election cycle, probably in every parliamentary situation, in this case, they took it all the way and jumped ship. And because they did that, the balance was changed such that the Netanyahu bloc continually got, remember, there's 120 members of parliament, so you need 61 to have a majority and a government. And he got, in multiple elections, 60 or 59 and not 61. But that's not the whole story, because if someone else had gotten 61, then, well, there'd be a different government. The issue is that while Netanyahu wasn't able to get the 61 majority required, the opposition couldn't even come close. They were in the 40s, 50s maximum, and that was using some of the right-wing parties as well, the defector parties, and so election after election, it was very obvious that it was never a question of the opposition creating a government, especially since you're talking about people from on the extremes of the political system that really had very little in common, other than just not despising the Netanyahu, who is at this point the longest-serving premier in Israel's history. And so it was never a question of them forming a government, but essentially just filibustering. And so there was election after election, as the right was always within a seat or two of having a stable government, but the left couldn't really put together a government. That changed last year, or about a year and a half ago, when a member of one of the parties to the right of Netanyahu joined with one of the sort of centrist, I don't want to call them the left, even though they're opposition, but I'm not really sure they have very much ideology at all, but joined together with them to create this very odd, political odd bedfellow situation, a government, a rotation government, where this party with, I believe, was it 7 members of parliament, again out of 120, the head of this party became a prime minister, which he really had no business being from an electoral perspective, nothing to do with nice guy, but as 7, I think it's unprecedented that there's a party with 7 members of parliament with 7 seats that received a premiership, and joined together with the opposition, and they managed to have a rotation government between him and the head of one of the centrist parties. And to their credit, I'll say I was surprised they lasted as long as they did. I didn't see it lasting more than 3 or 4 months, just because they had very little that was uniting them. But, the COVID era, all kinds of strange things happened. As an aside, actually, despite thinking that the fellow himself, Bennett, is a well-meaning person. He came into politics. His interesting story, despite being independently wealthy, he came in out of a sense of mission, I believe. Many of his voters were extremely disappointed because in a parliamentary system, people were voting for him to be a part of the right wing. And in fact, in the next set of elections, he was completely erased from the political map because he essentially defrauded his voters. So it's a question of math. The left does not have, or the opposition does not have the numbers to make a government, at least over the last several years, and the proof is in the pudding. We've seen that that's the case. So it was only just a question of the right. That's one thing. In terms of why, what the issue with Netanyahu's popularity versus unpopularity, he's not the easiest person to work with, and many of his enemies were once his friends. As an example, Bennett, the premier, was once his chief of staff. The fellow who actually broke off initially beginning the whole election apocalypse situation a few years back was also formerly his chief of staff. One of the fellows who created one of the major opposition parties was the cabinet secretary, and so on and so on. So he's not good at, or he's very good at creating his own enemies. That's a whole other discussion, perhaps. But yeah, he also has a very loyal following. It also might be worth mentioning, we can come back to it after, that first party to break off was the Russian party, so to speak. Going back to the other thing you asked about, in terms of the foreign influence, it's not even a question. It's on the record. I think I mentioned, maybe you earlier or someone else, President Bill Clinton of the United States many years back wrote in one of his books, one of his memoirs, that he acknowledges that he was funding efforts to prevent Netanyahu's electoral victory. And there were multiple other situations since then of these organized campaigns against the right, which have been tied to foreign-based donors. I'm sure. I imagine in a year or two, we'll see the reports about this time around, and the various non-governmental infrastructure and where the money may have come from. So it's definitely something that we know about. In this specific case, I think the Prime Minister's son, who is very active on his Twitter, I'm not sure I agree with a lot of things he says, but he's a fairly loud voice. He came out and accused the American government of funding the efforts to destabilize the government over the judicial reform. And I'll remind everyone that we just had elections here a few months back where the right was given a fairly strong majority. So electorally speaking, the people have spoken and have chose this agenda. And so, of course, that's exactly when the losing side decides to take to the streets. And some of the parliamentarians on the opposition are at least honest and say, well, we don't care about compromise. We're interested in new elections, despite the fact that the people have spoken. But yes, there's definitely been lots of meddling. And in the last few days, as you made mention of, I believe they started off a tit for tat, maybe at the embassy level, but finally President Biden said that he wouldn't be extending an invitation to Netanyahu to the White House because he didn't agree with the current legislative agenda. And I think Netanyahu replied on Twitter saying, Biden's a great friend for 40 years, but these are internal issues and we're not going to be dictated to. And then I think there was some unnamed senior White House source, probably from the National Security Council, who came along and tried to maybe smooth things over a bit. But yeah, that's not new. And broadly, you talk about some of the things that have gone on in places like Georgia. Israel may have the distinction of having the most, or certainly close to the most, NGOs per capita in the world. And a great deal of these non-governmental organizations very often promoting interests and agendas which are perhaps not, which would not have otherwise been promoted, are funded indirectly and sometimes even directly by foreign Western governments. The Americans not as much, but very often the European Union, the Nordic countries, even the United Kingdom is pouring untold amounts of money into the NGO realm to try and achieve changes. And by the way, these are the NGOs, many of whom part of their bread and butter is all day long filing suits to the Supreme Court in its sitting as the High Court of Justice, very often to try and challenge government policy. So once again, you have the Israeli voter goes to the polls, elects the right-wing government, they try to put through right-wing policies, and then these foreign-funded NGOs that get their directives in Brussels, etc., come along and pay teams of lawyers to file. They're actually on the record as saying part of their goal is just to clog up the Israeli legal system. So that's a whole other meaning to the term of the lawfare, I suppose. But as well to thwart many policies that the Israeli voter has desired and voted for. So that's sort of what it looks like over here.
Sounds very similar. Yeah, my government, Western governments tend to. It's nice to hear that they fund the same thing that they do in their own country, despite the fact that they're the government and they're constantly frustrated. Like on the immigration issue, Britain is just seemingly incapable and completely impotent on turning back effectively an invasion of small migrant boats from France of every single failed asylum seeker from across the EU, and a large part of that, and I'm sure the government actually is happy of it because it gives them an excuse to sweep it under the cover, is any time that they try to deport or publicly claim they try to deport such people, there is a never-ending revolving door of mysterious NGOs, activists, lawyers, people who are just going to constantly file frivolous new court cases to just draw out every single deportation. 4 years, big example of this, Jamaican man was denied on a deportation flight because he was a convicted criminal, and even if he wasn't a convicted, I believe he was done for burglary in London. Even before that, he was illegally in the UK. Activist lawyers prevented him from being deported last year, and it turned out a couple of months ago he stabbed and murdered a person. So thank you, obscure NGOs and activist lawyers who will never be held account for this, and seem to only exist to frustrate the democratically expressed will of British and Western and apparently Israeli electorates as well. So that's certainly something that seems to be a very common aspect wherever it is. And for example, I know that I know some people in chat might guffaw at this, but I know that Netanyahu has a particular disdain for George Soros and his organizations and the money that he puts into various organizations, be it in Israel, obviously Georgia being another example as well. Not Georgia, Hungary as well. Big fan of Orban here, but has called out Soros and the malignant influence of his activities and money wherever it goes. So I guess the next thing is there is a couple of questions in chat, but I'll finish up my sort of questions before we come into it. But we sort of touched on it briefly, sort of the ethnic issue. So I guess we'll take this maybe in a bit of two parts. But first of all, there's been a lot of discussion, particularly from domestic Israeli commentators, that the IDF, elements of the IDF, are potentially refusing orders from the government, that the effectiveness of the IDF securing Israeli society might be going down or compromised as a result of this political crisis. Is that a feasible aspect? Is there going to be a operational degradation of the activities of the IDF due to this political crisis, or is it just hyperbole? And then I am aware that the Palestinian issue never really goes away. It's always there and it crops up every now and again. But particularly over the past year, it seems to be that there has just been a plethora of Palestinian attacks across Israel. Is there a reason why it's suddenly sparked up? Is it because of the political instability in Israel? And is this political crisis potentially... How does that relate to the Palestinian issue and to the occupied territories, but also places like the West Bank in Gaza? Is there a potential that this potential politicization of the IDF could link in with the growing Palestinian militancy over the past year, that they could lead to a degraded security situation in Israel?
So in terms of the IDF, I guess I'll share with your well, maybe you know what, I'll tell you what it is what you call in Hebrew fake news, and yeah, and it's a story which has been which has been overblown by the media. There were these dramatic letters that were published in the media. 200 Air Force pilots refusing to fly, and all sorts of similar pronouncements. I actually had occasion to speak to somebody who does his reserve duty as a technician with fighter aircraft, and he's a friend of mine. And he said two things. One, that actually have the recording in English. I could share you the voice note afterwards. But one, that the majority of the people who are signing these declarations are people who are already out of service, who are no longer active pilots, for example, in one of the more dramatic examples, because those are the sorts of people who are of the proper ethnic social group to maybe be even quite getting involved with the question of refusal of orders. But these are people that are mostly not actually active or active reservists. And two, he said in his experience, in his wing, I guess is the what you call that formation, he doesn't know of a single person who was refused. And I'll just give a bit of context to the stream. Israel has mandatory conscription. So basically, everybody between the ages of 18 and 21 gets to spend some time in summer camp here in various positions, obviously depending on health, etc. But something like 60 to 70% of, I think if the numbers are right, of the population in those age groups is in the military in one capacity or another. And beyond that, the majority of Israel's military power or capability in an emergency, in wartime, is the reservists, so that people, certainly most men, continue to do reserve duty for the next 2 decades, depending on their position. So a fighter pilot has significant, they spend quite a bit of money on training a fighter pilot, so they're going to be flying once a week even for the next 20 years. So the idea of refusing orders because of not agreeing with a specific policy is considered to be a breach of the social contract in this country. One of the things that I think is a positive about Israeli society is it's a very small and intimate society, such that people can have very disparate political opinions, but as opposed to maybe in some places in the West, we all deal with the same facts. Two mates that have a pint at the pub are also going to serve in the same unit, perhaps, so they see the same problems, the same issues. One of them might vote for the left and one might vote for the right, so they might have different solutions to those problems, but they ultimately experience the same reality. They're not living, they're not influenced by the social media bubble in the same way that perhaps others are. And that's been a core principle in this country for a long time. When the left was in power, the right wingers still did their service, and it's just considered yet to be really beyond the pale to not serve, whatever the issue may be, as a starting point. Now, in terms of how this relates to other stuff, this whole controversy has really only been going on the last, 2 or 3 months. I think it really only came to a head in the last few weeks, the last month. So I don't think that would have had any effect. Some of the adversaries and some terrorist groups have in the last few weeks put out letters saying Israel's going to collapse now and we're going to take advantage, but that's really nonsense. And I don't think there's anything close to that. Everything's going along normally in the way that it does. The terrorist attacks are thankfully mostly thwarted because there's a pretty good intelligence service that deals with that sort of thing. And I don't think there's any question of personal security. In terms of some of the stuff that's happened recently, and some of the terrorist attacks that we have experienced, we can get into perhaps a bit of a different discussion about why they're happening and why now. And I can tell you, for example, I have things that happened in the last few years. I can tell you a bit more about. I have a bit more understanding of the past. But there was a whole wave of attacks, I want to say 2 years ago or last year, was it? And in the foreign press, if you read it, you'd think it had something to do with Israel or Jerusalem. And it really didn't. It was a function of internal Palestinian politics between Hamas, which is the Islamist side of things, and Fatah, which run the Palestinian government. Probably the best bet is whatever you read in the news, just the opposite's probably true. But we could speak a bit more about that if that's of interest. As what was it, Oscar Wilde or whoever, reports of my demise have been greatly exaggerated.
Indeed. So, maybe potentially, I don't want to keep you here too long. I'm just trying to wrap through the things I'm personally, before we go off on another completely sort of sidetrack tangent. I don't want to overrun your time because I'm aware it's a bit late in Israel, or getting a bit late. So I just want to fit in my stuff and some of the questions in chat before we sort of explore maybe another topic, or How are you doing for time?
Yeah, I could probably do another, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes.
Okay, not a problem. Well, I'll sort of rattle through the sort of things I'm going through at the moment. So, just while we've been talking, I don't know if you can say it or not, but I've just sort of gone onto Google Earth and I've just been going around on Google Maps around the Israeli Knesset. I have to say, not a big fan of the architecture, but the inside is. The inside's I quite like the inside decorating, even if the outside building's not too good. But I am noticing that there's a lot of blast doors and stuff. I'm assuming that's obviously down to the terrorism issue. Just out of curiosity, have you been? I'm assuming you've been to the Knesset. Like, what do you think of the building? Just a little sidetrack.
Well, I was there this week. I'll give you a bit of history, actually. Your chat's probably going to like this, but it was, if I'm not mistaken, paid for, the modern building, by the Rothschilds, and it was actually completed. If I'm not mistaken, in 1965. Now, in 1965, that's 2 years before the United 67 Six-Day War with Egypt and Jordan and Lebanon and Syria. And Iraq, but it doesn't even share a border. But the significance of that is that Jerusalem was surrounded on 3.5 sides by Jordanian held territory. So the building was actually constructed to be able to withstand what until then were regular bombardments from just not very far. I forget the distance. It's probably about less than a kilometer away to the front line, and that's maybe the excuse. Though my architecture friends probably would just put it down to terrible aesthetics. But yeah, no, it's not pretty, but it's the job done. I'll have to agree with you on that one.
Okay, just to apologize to chat, I forgot to mute myself just as my guest was speaking there. That was my bad. I really need to get.
You hear me?
Oh yeah, I heard you.
Okay.
It's just I forgot to mute my mic, so the echo was coming through my mic, and it's kind of agitated chat a little bit. So yeah, so I really need to get a headphone. So just to sort of wrap up the things I'm looking to talk about. So the next the final two things I'm sort of interested in is the ethnic issue in Israel. So I sort of deal mostly with Russia and Ukraine. I'm wondering how sort of post-Soviet Jews from Ukraine and how they fare, what their electoral politics are, and how they're faring in Israel, because there's been a lot of videos that have come out that have come to my attention over the past year of especially post-Soviet Russian Jews in Israel who are very pro the Russians and are holding various protests. So I'm just wondering how reflective that is of that demographic in Israel. And then just following on from that, I was quite good friends with a Ukrainian Israeli at one point, and one group that she especially hated, probably more than the Palestinian, was Hasids, the sort of ultra-Orthodox in Israel. There's lots of pronouncements about how much so my understanding is that they don't work, they don't do national service, they sit around, study the Torah, and they have lots of kids, and that pisses off pretty much all the other people in Israel. I'm just curious, like, how does that factor in? Is that a bit of an accurate assessment? Are these the people who vote for the, forgive my pronunciation if it's horrific, but the Kahanist party?
Not quite, but yeah, I'll answer you, sure. I can respond now if you like. So in terms of the Russians, so I'll just tell your stream after the fall of the Soviet Union, about a million people came from the various former Soviet republics, Russia, Ukraine, but also places like Uzbekistan and Georgia, Azerbaijan, what have you. To Israel, and so that was an interesting challenge in and of itself, where about 1 million people just showed up, and there were all kinds of ethnic tensions at the time between the Russian speakers, we'll call them. In Israel, they'd be colloquially known as the Russians, even though people would say, "Well, actually, we're Ukrainian," but in any event, so these people came and many of them created sorts of enclaves of Russian-speaking and didn't always have the best integration, though the second generation of that group very much integrated into Israeli society. Of course, the Russians excelled in terms of their culture, and then they had an academic-minded culture very often, so they excelled in the various STEM issues, and were certainly a boon to Israel's already I guess. Well, what's the word? Israel's already Israel's education-centered society, and helped translate that into some of the success of what became Israel's high-tech, startup nation. So definitely an important component of that. In terms of other issues, so many people coming from the former Soviet Union were, because they lived in the Soviet Union, were fairly secular and secular-minded. A lot of them were remiss about the culture and tradition that they had been denied due to discrimination, etc. But many others sort of embraced that identity as being secularist, and so those things found a place in the complex Israeli society. But yeah, one of the things you say is true. There certainly was tension between some of the Russians, we'll call them again, even though they're not necessarily, and some of the more religious elements, and something like probably 20-25% of Israeli society, maybe 20%, is the ultra-Orthodox. And actually, the election apocalypse that we had a few years ago, I mentioned that one of the right-wing parties kind of pushed an issue trying to get a concession, and that was a Russian party. So, number one, the Russians were very much right-wing on foreign policy issues. They were very often the most hawkish, but they were also not thrilled with some of the religion and state elements, and so kind of perhaps foreign policy conservative, social liberal, or if not social, social liberal probably is too much of a simplification. They just didn't get along with people who are more visibly religious and observant. Some of them, again, these are very broad generalizations. So that crisis was actually precipitated exactly by that issue of the ultra-Orthodox. Well, there was certain parts of the ultra-Orthodox community don't participate in the service, in national service, and in the draft, and a lot of people don't like that, but the Russians especially didn't like that, and so they tried to resolve that issue. In terms of the ultra-Orthodox, it's complicated. There are certainly parts of the society that, in fact, do participate, whether it be in the military, where they're actually ultra-Orthodox friendly units, or whether it be in other forms of national service. I guess just as an aside, actually under the right, there was greater participation of the ultra-Orthodox in society. And when the left came to power for a second and tried to legislate this, I think they actually did a disservice, because they sent everyone a step back, because everyone started digging their heels in. But again, maybe that's too much inside baseball, so to speak, about the dynamics here. What else did you ask about?
How do Ukrainian and Russian Israelis interact with each other, and what is the sort of view in Israel general, but also between these two groups towards what's happening between Russia and Ukraine at the moment?
Okay. So first of all, initially when the first generation arrived, they very much had all Russian newspapers, Russian television stations, radio stations, as well as Russian parties, political parties. There's been a lot more assimilation into the broader Israeli cultural as well as political landscape. So while there is still a Russian political party, which is theoretically right-wing, but it's now in the opposition for the last few years, since that moment that we talked about, led by former Netanyahu chief of staff, who hates his guts. Nothing personal there. So as a result of, so while that still does exist, most Russians, or certainly the younger people, have found their homes in many of the other parties that have various Russian, there are a number of parliamentarians of Russian, or rather former Soviet extraction in the various parties, in the right, the left, the more religious parties, etc. In terms of the current conflict, I don't think that the local Russian speakers, certainly the younger generation, view themselves as distinct Ukrainians or Russians as much until the conflict happened. By virtue of being Russian speakers, certainly the older people, they consumed more of the Russian media, and so some of those were, I think, a lot more sympathetic to Putin and that whole and the pro-Russian narrative. Some of the younger people, though, probably were more open to the pro-Ukrainian narrative. But I think my sense is, and I'm not part of the Russian community, but from speaking to my my friends and colleagues who are, that's more as of secondary import to most people. Most of certainly the younger, more assimilated Russians, so to speak, are viewing the Russia-Ukraine situation much more through the broader Israeli lens. And I can share a few words about that, which is that Israel's primary concern in this has to do with the fact that for one, the Russian military is literally on the border with Israel in Syria. It's the Russian military police that patrols the Golan Heights border. And the Russian military, as we know, operates in Syria. The Russian semi-client Iran also has been operating in Syria, or the state formerly known as, and so within that vacuum, they've been trying to create a foothold. And one of their goals, I mean, there's a lot that we could speak about in that context, but one of their goals is to create another front with Israel, where they have the Hezbollah in the Lebanese border with Israel. So they've been trying to both move Hezbollah into the Syrian area, as well as actually have Iranian proxies and even regulars operating there, Quds Force and whatnot. And so as a result of that, Israel has been interdicting. They've acknowledged thousands of sorties over the last years in Syria against Iranian targets. Sometimes, right when the trucks would roll over the border with Iran, with Iraq, they'd get hit. I think that happened recently, where the Iranians were trying to bring in advanced weapon systems, and all of that can only happen, or can at least requires some level of tacit acceptance by the Russian military, which is based in Syria and has advanced anti-aircraft systems there. Could the Israelis get around that? Probably, but why do you want to fight with Russia? It would certainly be a headache. And for that matter, if the Russians wanted to, they could at least challenge Israeli airspace. Israel's a really, really small country, a very small slice of sky, and a Russian anti-aircraft system, an S-400 in Syria, could shut down Israel's skies, or at least make it very, very challenging. So I think first and foremost, there's a pragmatic issue there. Beyond that, there are also broader issues of Israel for many years, as I'm sure had under the table, has tried to have their interests vis-a-vis the Iranian issue understood with the Russians, who of course have a say to an extent with Iran. And so those are the things that are primarily going to be of importance to the Israelis. Beyond that, without getting too much into the broader European situation, it's clear that there's a lot of different interests. The right hand doesn't always know what the left hand is doing. There's a lot of, you could probably speak with more expertise about this, but it seems like there's a lot of posturing amongst the Western Europeans, and I'm not sure that Israel wants to be dragged into that element of the conflict when there are actually serious issues at stake. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so for example, there was last year, whenever the Russian invasion had begun, there was quite a lot of consternation in Western media about how Zelensky is of himself ethnically Jewish. And whenever the Russians, we spoke about this briefly the other day whenever we first sort of connected, that there was a report that the Russians had bombed I can't say the term on YouTube because it penalizes me, but an event that happened in the 1940s, which I'm sure everyone knows about, There's a place called Babi Yar in Kiev, next to the Kiev TV station. The Russians bombed the TV station. Western sources said that they bombed the memorial to Babi Yar. It turned out that wasn't true, but there was a lot of consternation from Western observers about how, one, Zelensky was Jewish, but yet the Israeli government wasn't jumping to the heels to support Ukraine, and how the Israelis sort of slapped down the Ukrainians for suggesting what was happening in Ukraine was another event that happened in the 1940s scenario. Obviously, from what you've elucidated, it's because essentially Israel has more skin in the game, as it were, to kind of stay out of it, have a working relationship with the Russians, whereas Ukraine doesn't really offer that much in a tangible, like, self-interested security situation for Israel, as it would like having a good working relationship with Russia, which potentially also brings us back to the sort of American and Western machinations in Israel that might have kicked up this sort of frustration, especially from the Americans, I can imagine, who feel that they fund Israel, quote unquote, to a large degree, but then whenever the time comes is that Israel is actually taking a step back from this very pertinent American foreign policy issue in Ukraine, and is just playing a more pragmatic role towards that.
Certainly Zelensky didn't make too many friends when he addressed Israel's parliament, and then compared the conflict, which whatever side one might be on, it's certainly not anywhere close to the mid-century Germans in the Second World War, as you talked about, and he didn't make a lot of friends with statements like that. But beyond that, even before the current conflict, Israel broadly, but Netanyahu specifically, had a fairly good working relationship with Putin. He's many things, but he's not an anti-Semite. That's something that at minimum, people who are trying to cast him in that role because it happens to fit their current political alignment, but just not being honest. And that's fine. Criticize him for the things you want to criticize him for, but you don't need to make things up. As far as that goes, were the Americans thrilled by it? No, but again, a broader discussion. But we could talk about if the Americans didn't want Israel to be subject to the Russian, to having to deal with the Russians and take their desires into account. You could talk about the American actions in Syria and under the Obama administration, and them conceding that sphere to the Russians, which you can speak for or against it, but there are consequences to actions, and this is one of them.
Okay. So I guess I've probably forgotten some stuff that I want to ask, but they'll probably pop up knowing whenever you've left the stream. But like I say, conscious, don't want to keep you too long, so I'm just going to run into some stuff that some people in chat have asked. But just a final comment on my curiosity, because it seems that whenever there's protests in Tel Aviv, they're the ones that have the rainbow flags, they're the ones that have the flags of certain people of gender, whereas protests in Jerusalem just don't have that. Is that because Tel Aviv is a far more sort of liberal place, and Jerusalem, being the religious heart, is a more conservative city, or?
Well, yes, I mean, that's true. But also, it has to do with who's pushing for what in a specific issue with the judicial reform. To the extent that there are genuine interests, right? You have the opposing interests are the desire for the national for national rights to be respected, or for the national will to be respected, right? The majority rule, and where the other side is saying, well, let's respect minority rights. That's in general perhaps the calculus that one has with these sorts of issues. And so the most vocal parts of the opposition to the judicial reform that are being mobilized by the opposition, the political opposition forces, are, and perhaps with some foreign paid involvement, we'll find out, are going to be the ones who are connected to those sorts of rainbow movements and such. And so that's to be expected, but it is also very telling in terms of which people are out and about doing what. Tel Aviv and Jerusalem are yes, they're very different places, but also in foreign terms, it's the same city. It's a 39-minute train ride from central Tel Aviv. You hop on the train in Tel Aviv, and you're in Jerusalem. So, and it's often the same people that are coming into Jerusalem for the protests in Jerusalem, and it's just that they're on the other side of the issue, perhaps. But yeah, and people from Jerusalem easily traveling to Tel Aviv. I've personally commuted for certain parts of my life back and forth. So it's I wouldn't read that much into it, other than that a specific camp is going to be much more embracing. Like I said in sort of in the opening to the stream, there's a number of different levels of the conflict here, and one of them is that there are groups that are trying to push a specific social agenda, and they're one of the ways, and one of the reasons they're jumping up and down now is they feel that the power that they managed to hold on to power by maintaining control of the judiciary, and they feel that power is now being threatened, that's where their sense of urgency perhaps is coming from. Of course, the other side sees it as, well, you had an election, you lost the election, and now you're throwing a tantrum and trying to get your way through extra democratic means. And if you do get your way, then what's the point of voting, right? So I don't want to get into the pills of various colors, but that's certainly part of the discourse that's ongoing here.
Oh, I can imagine. So I'll just jump into some quick questions that some people in chat have asked. So one from Mutiny Grim. He's asked some other questions. I don't know if I'll ask those, but Mutiny just asked, feel free if it's a bit too personal or not. You haven't given your name, so I don't want to elucidate your name and stuff. If you want to sort of remain a bit more ethereal, as it were, to chat. But Mutiny's just asking, are you a BB supporter? And then there's another question just below that from Bunker Housing for 50 Swedish krones. Thank you so much, Bunker. This is more of a general question, but he asked to chat, would you rather be a prisoner of the PLO or the IDF? As a result of that, I did a poll to chat, of which 73% said they would rather be arrested by the IDF than the PLO. So
So first of all, certainly the Palestinian government. It's not the point of the chat, but I will say they literally arrest people for posting against their leader, their president, who is, I think, in the was he in the 18th, 19th year of his 4-year term, for posting against him on Facebook, criticizing him. So there's that. Whereas actual hardened terrorists who have commit pretty significant atrocities have their live on the dole, such as it is in Israel's prisons. They get degrees, care of the Israeli taxpayer, and medical health care, etc. So chat seems to know the poll was right. Do I personally support Bibi? Certainly in this issue, it's very clear that when the only animating principle to the opposition to Bibi is just not Bibi, we don't like his personality or whatever it may be. That's just never going to resonate with me. Whereas he's the person who came in. Israel is a fairly young country, and 20 years ago, when he entered the political scene, or 30 years ago, 25 years ago, when he entered the political scene, Israel was still fairly socialist in terms of its economy. When he entered his first term as prime minister, and then afterwards, where he had a term as finance minister, he revolutionized Israel's economy. A big part of Israel's current success as a startup nation is because of reforms he did, privatization of national airlines and other institutions. And as a result, there's an increased quality of life in this country. And again, it's a country that's been an existential threat, at war essentially for many, many years. And yet the quality of life has continued to rise. and that's in a country where a significant portion of the budget has to go towards security. A significant portion of the human talent, has to go to security. Again, there's a draft in this country, and there are upsides to that. There's probably a lot that's gained by society by having a draft. The expression in Hebrew is that the army builds the people, builds the army. And it's true. I mean, there's downsides to the largest institution in society being the military, but there are upsides to it as well. And so, yeah, he's done a lot of things that are positive. No one's perfect, but for all the foreign press calling him a warmonger, Israel's actually had one of the more peaceful periods of time under his premiership. And so we could talk about it. I can list a number of achievements that he's had. But yeah, so I definitely would count myself as somebody who sees the positives that he's brought, and I don't see very much on offer right now by the opposition other than chaos and just trying to people who say, well, we'll encourage foreign companies to pull their funds and try and sink the country into an economic downturn. That doesn't seem very responsible. It's not a very nice thing to do. So I certainly wouldn't see that as an appealing prospect. And it also says, as an aside, it says something about the elements of society that are throwing this tantrum. It's people at the top levels of Israel's high-tech scene and the top level of very specific parts of society that feel the liberty to the entitlement, perhaps, to being able to take these moves. The same sorts of people who say, well, if I can't have, if I don't win at this game, then it's a stupid game, and I'm going to break it. I'm not going to do my service as a fighter pilot. I'm going to have my high-tech company move outside of the country, whatever it may be. And the rank and file, I think Israelis, the majority of the population, also don't see that very positively. That together with the rest of the agenda that these people are bringing along with them, yes, definitely not seen positively.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm just into the habit of exploring Israel on Google Maps as we talk. So I've just sort of done a quick little sweep round of Tel Aviv, and it does look like a bit of a boom town. A lot of skyscrapers, a lot of construction going on. Well, this was in 2015, whenever this was taken, but it certainly looks like not quite the Israel of the kibbutz out on the Negev desert, at least of the modern era. But so just going into the Mutiny says, I have a question regarding of a certain event in the 1940s, but I know you wouldn't like it, so I'll mute. Thank you, Mutiny. I do strongly appreciate your contrition there. Thank you. I appreciate that. Colonel Abraham Myers for $10 US. Thank you so much. How closely does this resemble a color revolution model? What is the role of the NGO network or perhaps more clandestine bodies? I think we kind of covered that a bit more, but I don't know if you might have anything else you want to sort of add on to that. Oh, are you there? Have we lost you? Oh no, chat. You're muted now. Sorry.
So I don't think I have a ton to add. It's not as bad as, not anywhere close to as bad as some of the other examples that you mentioned. There is strength on the other side here as well. So there has always been a counter, and try as they might, they haven't been able to change the fact there's that the majority of the people still vote a certain way. But yeah, there have been limitations on the power of the right to an extent, and we'll see how this resolves in terms of that. But there certainly is a tremendous amount of foreign money, primarily coming in from European institutions, and so much of this has been documented to try and influence various Israeli policies, things from gun control to refugees to, of course, the Arab-Israeli conflict. Very often, I mean, primarily, almost completely, in opposition to what the voter wants. That's why they're pushing this. And it'd be one thing if these were endemic NGOs, so to speak, local ones, but they're being financed. Some of these places are financed more than 50% of their budgets by the EU or EU member states. And as a European taxpayer, by the way, I would be fairly upset that money is being sent that way, and very often there's a lot of corruption around that too with this whole NGO industry.
To just interject, the European Union is just a massive vessel for money laundering. Corruption is its bread and butter. One of the good few things my country did was to leave the EU, but that hasn't really changed it because I'm just very black-pilled about this stuff. Democracy is a corruption engine as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I could speak to you for a couple hours about this topic, but there's a lot of money. But yeah, so far Israel has maintained its independence to an extent, and that's exactly why there is a bit of a crisis now, because the attempts to assert that independence are being challenged by those who are looking for other agendas not supported by the voter, and we'll have to see how that pans out.
Okay, so next one is again from Mutiny. I don't know if he wants me to say this. I've been putting a target on him, but Mutiny is a guy who lives in Iran. He's quite active in my channel. A good friend of the channel, but he asked us, please ask your esteemed guest what he thinks about the Iranian nuclear program, and if he would support a preventative airstrike by Israel against Iran. I'm not too sure how he might take the answer to this, but nonetheless, that's from Mutiny.
Okay. So first of all, Mutiny Salom, and yeah, look, I don't want to throw too many official sounding talking points, but I think there really is a great deal of friendly spirit between the Israeli people, or desire amongst the Israeli people to have positive relations with Iran. There was peace and partnership between the countries not long ago. There's a tremendous Iranian diaspora, so to speak, in Israel. It's one of the larger immigrant groups are Jewish people who came from Iran and other Persian-speaking countries. And so that's sort of the context. We have Nowruz celebrations, etc. The Iranian government has certainly not been friendly since 1979, for the most part. With obviously this bit of nuance there, you can get into all kinds of little things there, but broadly has looked to Israel as the little Satan. Of course, America being the big Satan, and as part of that has been engaged in a proxy a campaign against Israel for decades via groups like Hezbollah and the Al-Quds Force of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, IRGC Guard Corps. Sorry, missed the letter. Kidnappings, terrorist attacks, including in Romania and Burgas, I think was just recently resolved, and many others. And so when that country, or that government, I should say, also gets nuclear weapons and any kind of weapon of mass destruction, and says we want to destroy Israel in the various ways in which they say it, while doing those things, then that certainly puts Israel's government on guard. And you talked about Netanyahu. That's, if there's one thing that he's in power for, it's to raise the alarm about the perceived threat from the current Iranian government. With nuclear weapons. Maybe in a few years from now, we'll read the book about all of the clandestine operations that have happened in Iran to prevent them from getting to that point. In the same way that, in 1981, Israel ran a strike against the Iraqi nuclear reactor, 81. No, I think I got that wrong. But at the same time, for years prior, had been sabotaging and doing all sorts of intelligence operations to try and avoid getting to that point. So I think everyone would hope that by having good deterrence, Israel can sufficiently, in fact, deter the Iranian government from doing anything rash, and thus avoid the need for for loss of life. But if it came to that, I imagine the Israeli government would do what it needed to do. I don't know if I forget his name wants to respond to that. I'd certainly be curious to hear his take on it. But yeah, certainly the perception in Israel is that Iranian people are wonderful, and obviously I'm simplifying. I understand there's a lot more nuance to that in the various power groups within Iran, in the government as well, and the friction there. But people don't really like it when you point a nuclear weapon at a threat of a nuclear weapon at them and say, we're going to do mid-century things to you. And yeah, I'm being a bit hyperbolic, but not by too much.
Speak of the devil, he then posted a comment saying, I'm neutral, I just want it all to end. Nuclear mid-century German thing. So I think I don't think mutiny is exactly a big... One of the Revolutionary Guard Corps himself. I think he's just very... a bit of an edgy boy. So I'll scroll down and see if Mutiny responded. But we've got another one from Bunker Housing for another 20 Swedish crowns. Thank you so much. And he just asked, how much will the F-35 bankrupt Israel? It's probably a bit more of a specified question there, but...
Yeah, it's an expensive weapon system, but inflation. Look, Israel has, I think it's one of the biggest exports and one of the biggest industries in Israel is weapons. Israel actually makes part of the F-35, if I'm not mistaken. They manufacture parts of the wings and the helm system for all the aircraft. So, there's a whole complex, with defense contractors. The United States defense foreign military financing to Israel of about $3 billion plus a little bit more for the missile systems goes back to American contractors. Some of that goes back to Israeli contractors who work for the American contractors. It's probably broadly a boon, and of course having the edge. Militarily, to the extent, and we could have a whole discussion about whether the F-35 is how good of a weapon system it is, because the Israelis are also right now talking about, if I'm not mistaken, a contract for F-15 advanced, or what are they called? So we're back in 1975 again, but probably the cost benefit in economic terms is not really too bad. Israel was willing to buy the F-22 when there were discussions in the American Congress about selling that perhaps to the Israelis, Australians, and Japanese. Even were it to be a bankrupting matter issue, Israel has always had to have what they call the qualitative military edge. If it's with having advanced German submarines, being the first country to, outside the Americans, to fly F-15s and F-16s and get the first air victories in those platforms, and a multitude of other. Israel has its own satellites, part of a small club that does those sorts of things, and part of that is just because the security costs what it costs, and that the skyscrapers you see in Tel Aviv, the stability, the high tech. Economy, all of that requires a certain level of security. Though also there's this cycle where having these military systems, everyone goes to the military, they get trained on a lot of these systems, and that helps actually increase. People start doing high tech things perhaps in the military and end up doing it in the private sector afterwards. So there's a boon in that direction as well.
Okay. Then Mutiny just ask, we want the drone back, please. He says a respectful please. I don't know, did Israel capture an Iranian drone or something? I'm assuming that's what that reference, but no, Mutiny's in good spirits. He's a little bit of a ship poster at times, but we love him for it. He doesn't mean anything malicious by it. So the army builds the people build the army. I like that. So guest is very well spoken and articulate. There you go. You're getting love from what I would have thought would have been a more hostile chat. So you're converting some people over. So I think with this, there's a question here which I'm going to sort of round it out with rather than ask it. But handle Galileo Connor Rafferty for I have no idea what this currency is. COP for 12,000 COP. I don't know if that is, but thank you very much for it nonetheless. My question for the guest: is the government going to win this one and push out the judicial? Well, that's kind of the thing I was going to wrap it out for, but I guess we'll just deal with then and then just end it up on your terms. Who's going to win? Is the government, is Netanyahu going to push through the reform? Is the government going to collapse? Who's going to win this impasse from your estimation at this stage?
That's a tough one. I'd like to think that Netanyahu is probably unique in that not only is he considered to be quite good at the foreign relations, but he's in the same person. He also combines this amazing expertise of handling the very, very crazy intricacies of Israeli internal politics. So I suppose we'll see what he pulls out of his hat about in this one, because the left or the opposition did successfully manage to create outsized noise over this issue. The right wing basically sat at home and said, "We'll ignore these people because who cares?" Until they realized that maybe they had too late, that they had conceded the public forum, being fanned on by the media. I need not tell you what side they're on. And so that only in the last week, there were finally these massive 100,000, 200,000 pro-judicial reform, pro-government in that sense, protests, people carrying signs saying, our votes count and, we're not second-class citizens. But it's tough to say. They've maybe taken a tactical retreat right now because in any event, there's a holiday session. The parliament's out of session for the next month until the opening of the spring session. So it's a question about whether that's because there's a real sense of they've lost too much momentum, or rather they've lost too much support, which I don't think is true. Or whether it's just a tactical retreat, reorganize and push back again. Again, because we had elections not very long ago, I don't believe that the majority of the people have lost faith in the government. The opposite, that they are very much in favor of this. And as long as the government doesn't lose their nerve, they'll have that support. My personal theory is that, we talked about the Labour Party earlier. When the Labour Party actually, they ceased to be the party of government a while back, but in 2014, they were still at least a medium-sized party. And what happened is that Netanyahu brought them into his government, and I forget what the crisis was, but he leveraged some political issue or other to split the party in two. And in fact, half the party, including the previous leader of the party, Barak, not the judge, but the prime minister, former prime minister in general, remained in government with Netanyahu and in a party that would never run again, so a few years and then be done with politics. And the rest of the Labour Party that broke off became this rump party, which, as I said, in the last elections barely made it in. Why do I say that? My personal theory is that he's going to do a similar sort of exercise this time around, and perhaps split part of the opposition. There's already talks of one of the main opposition parties perhaps joining Netanyahu's government, and thus giving cover for this whole process. As Lytlehart, the military. What's the word? Strategician? I don't know, whatever. I would say, the indirect approach sometimes is the most effective, or always. That was his whole point. And so it could be that Netanyahu is doing his own kind of, 4D chess over here. But time will tell, because he's very much a politician. I can also imagine that he might use this opportunity to try and neutralize some of the more right-wing elements of his party. And of his coalition, I should say, rather, and because his primary goal is to be in control of his coalition, and that may not always align with the desires of the electorate, but that's politics.
Okay, just one final question from chat that I skipped. He kind of rumbled you like I did. Bit too personal. Feel free to just back off, but nonetheless, he asks, where in America did you grow up? Did you grow up in a bilingual household, or are you a linguist? Because your accent is American, so it wasn't just me who can spot the language.
Well, I'll say a few things. First of all, most Israelis, or many Israelis, certainly the younger generations, have pretty good English. As we know today, the earth is flat. Everyone works with everyone. I actually had occasion to several times meet many Israeli women who speak Spanish because they grew up watching telenovelas, the soap operas in Spanish and such on TV, and young Israeli men who spoke some Japanese because they grew up watching anime. And everybody watches. I can't tell you how many Israelis I met who learned English from watching Friends. So here for American exported culture. But yeah, there's also a very large and significant part of the population that either comes from American roots or spent time in the U.S., including the current Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, because his father was an academic associated with the right, and at the time the left was in power. He was blackballed, so he had to go teach in the United States. Because of that, Benjamin Netanyahu spent many of his formative years in the United States. I think in 2 stints he went to high school there, and later on, of course, he returned to study at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and so he speaks perfect English with a Philadelphia accent. Naftali Bennett, you mentioned, was, I believe, born in the United States, and in fact spent some time there later on in his high-tech career, and you see it. You see people of especially American descent, but not just, very much represented in the various political realms, and as well as on both. Yeah, I suppose both sides, the right and the left, have a lot of Anglo names. I also spent some time in the States as well, but it's an interesting discussion. I think there have actually been some books written about this, the role that some of those who grew up in foreign political systems have played within Israel's political system, whether it's, I suppose maybe the parts of the American political culture and the European political culture that seem just very obvious to me, and maybe wouldn't have otherwise made sense to within the Israeli context. Those things are. I can tell you, actually, taking a step back, talking about the judicial reform, I'm familiar with some of the people who are actually the architects, and we're talking about a professor of mathematics from America with a very, very strong American accent. Another fellow who's a professor of law. He lectures in an American law school part-time, and he's also one of the architects of this process. And so these are people who have studied the issue in many countries, including in the American. America obviously is an outsized footprint in the world, but also as well in Israeli political consciousness. And so the role of Americans in a lot of things, sometimes for good, is very pronounced.
Okay, well, thanks very much. I think I've probably gone a bit over the time that we originally, so I don't want to hold you on to you anymore, but we did figure out that 12,000 COP is 12,000 Colombian pesos, which thank you very much. It is very generous, but it's not quite going to pay for the trip to Belarus that I thought it was, just seeing the very large number, but thank you very nonetheless for that. So with this, I guess it's just sort of wrap it up. I have to say, while we've been talking, I've been going around, like I say, Jerusalem and Tel Aviv on Google Maps. Certainly looks like an interesting place. Maybe I'll have to go visit sometime and destroy my credibility with my right-wing friends who believe in certain things, but maybe it'll cancel me out of certain countries that I would like to go to, but that's why, chat. Big recommendation. If you can be a dual national, chat, do it and get passports in different names. You never know whenever it might come in handy. Nudge, wink, wink there. So, thank you very much. I've enjoyed this. It certainly elucidated a lot of the issues, far more than I anticipated. I'm imagine, like I say, you got a fair bit of love in chat. People who appreciated it as well, which surprised me, to be honest. I felt chat was probably going to be a bit more of another way tonight. So thank you, chat. It's always good to have a nice working relationship here. But I guess, is there anything that I know you sort of want to keep a bit of distance, for lack of a better term, from my sort of realm here, but is there anything that you would like to promote, anything you'd like to draw a bit of attention to, or anything, well, the term we use is shill, like if you have a social media account that you'd like to shill, but I obviously I'd understand if that's probably not the best thing to do, but if there's anything you'd like to sort of wrap out, feel free to sort of have the final word on it.
Yeah, no, thanks very much for having me. I'll take your word for it that you haven't been just reading the nice chat. I'll have to take a scroll through it later on. And pleasure speaking with you again. Keep up, I'm always a big fan of facts, nuance, and actual thinking. I have friends on many sides of many issues, and I don't mind conversation with any of them as long as we can, as long as we can agree, to live in the same reality, which is not always easy. We can have actual substantive discussions. So I'm glad that it sounds like you've managed to cultivate that kind of a space over here. So good for you.
It's very rare. Let's just say whenever it comes to the Russia-Ukraine stuff, there's a very vocal part of chat that will broach no nuance. It is what one country says and only what that country says is law, and they really don't like me for saying stuff that that country is not saying. So there's an element of my community that does, and I like to imagine that's very much what I'm about. I like to pull apart the nuances, look into why countries and governments do this thing, what delve into the issues behind certain events. So I very much feel like I've kind of we've kind of done it, because like I say, my community comes predominantly from a certain realm of the internet that has a very colored view, shall we say, of Israel and the people who populate Israel, and then of an ethnic group. But I think looking at chat, there's certainly some of them that they've appreciated, and I certainly have as well. And who knows, maybe if I decide to go to whole hog and ruin my right-wing career as a edgy, racist internet person, if I ever go to Israel, let's grab a beer if I'm not too much of a dangerous person to know. But like I say, I've certainly enjoyed this. If there's any big developments, if you're willing, I'd love to have you on to elucidate if there's a big development regarding the judicial reform, or if there's an upcoming election. If you're not too busy, I'm sure, I know I personally would, and it looks like there's elements of chat that would certainly look forward to your input on it as well.
Sure, I'd be glad to come back, and be glad to have you for a couple of beers whenever you decide to pop on by.
Yep, no problem. Thank you so much. I appreciate it greatly. Have a great night. Sorry to hold on to you probably a bit later than I anticipated, but greatly appreciated, and thank you so much.
Cheers. Enjoy the rest of the stream.
You too. See you soon.
Bye.
Okay, chat. Well, I certainly enjoyed that. I hope you guys did as well. I felt like we covered a fair bit of ground with that. Sorry if there's any questions from people that I sort of missed. That wasn't anticipated. I tried to get through everything that anyone asked. So with that, we'll move off the Israeli anime girl on screen to we're going to Spurdo Sparde. We're going into Barclay hours. We're going to be touching on events in Finland, Bulgaria, and a very little bit on Montenegro, just to sort of wrap up events in those countries. And I kind of reached out to see if there was any Finns or Bulgars in chat. I think there was a couple, but it was a bit too quick to sort of delve into. So again, as with the Israeli issue, I can only know so much. I'm not an expert in Finnish, Bulgarian, or Montenegrin politics. So I'll touch on to what the parliamentary results are developed, because obviously voting stopped. Counting is well underway. Exit polls have come out, so we'll look at those. I'll give my very, very terse level of understanding of the domestic politics of these places, but most of all, I'm going to use these, and I think this might be a bit of a format that I might use for these sort of election streams going forward. If I can find someone, like if people remember the Hungarian and Serbian election streams where I had my friend Peter and I had the Serbian gentleman on to discuss the elections in their countries last year. If I can do that, I'll do that. But if I can't, and there's sort of a relevant election coming up, I'm thinking this is the format I might do at it. So I'll touch a bit onto the domestics of the politics of these countries, but most of all, because it's kind of where I have a bit more knowledge, I'm going to be touching on the geopolitical aspects of these countries and how it relates to what's happening with Russia and Ukraine at the moment. So first of all, the biggest one, I guess, is we'll start with Finland. So Mutiny is heading off to bed. Thanks, Mutiny. Really do appreciate it. Honestly, I know you like a bit of a giggle in chat. I do appreciate it. The good nature tonight. So have a great night, and I'll speak to you soon, Mutiny. It's really appreciated. So I'm thinking, would chat prefer a bit of an intermission of maybe 5 minutes? I'm thinking I could go get a drink, or should I just plow straight into it? If I'm going to do Finland and Bulgaria and maybe a bit on Montenegro, I am going to have to take a little, like, maybe 5-minute break. Would you guys prefer that now to go get a drink, or should I plow into Finland and then do the break after that? So I'm not too sure how expansive I might get on the topic of Finland. So I'll just wait and see how chat sort of ties into that. So I just, while we're waiting to see how chat responds to that, so what's happened today is there was national parliamentary elections in both Finland and Bulgaria. For this section, we're going to be focusing mostly on Finland. Finland's relevant because Finland is literally just effectively acceded to NATO. It's now a NATO member. This obviously has massive implications for the situation of Russia, and obviously the incumbent, if she's still incumbent, we'll have to have a little look. The incumbent Prime Minister of Finland, Sana Marin, is defending her majority, and she has been very vocal and stringent in her support of Ukraine in the conflict with Russia. So I'm going to be touching more on what Finland brings to NATO and how it complicates issues for Russia, as opposed to delving into Finnish domestic politics, because that is a area where I am not really comfortable to. I don't want to start projecting stuff to you that I really don't know myself. So I'll be speak of the devil. This is just in as we start on the Finland stream. Sana Marin concedes defeat, loses election in Finland. So the Finnish Catwoman has lost the election, or at least she's conceded defeat. I have an understanding of the parliamentary arithmetic because I had a look at the exit polls as it came in. So we'll have a little discussion with that. But a couple of people are saying take a break. So I'm just going to fire up the opening video just for about 2-3 minutes, just as I go get a drink. If you guys want to go get a drink, do that now. And I'll just be back in a couple minutes and we'll fire straight into Finland. So I'll see you guys in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
The European security architecture have changed fundamentally after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The change in the security landscape makes it necessary to analyze how we best secure peace for Finland and in our region in the future. So the report sees NATO as it is, not only as a military alliance, but also as a political alliance.
Sotahan nyt marssinne kotikulta jääkö, jääkäri veli tässä velvoittaa. Ylös veljet valkoiset, alas ryssät punaiset, ei auta vihamiestä armahtaa. Ylös veljet valkoiset, alas ryssät punaiset, ei auta vihamiestä armahtaa. Voittoja väkeviä saatu jo monta, meillä on aukoisessa Suomessa. Oulu olkoon omamme, Vaasa varsin varmamme, Viipuria vastahan nyt vierimme. Oulu olkoon omamme, Vaasa varsin varmamme, Viipuria vastahan nyt vierimme. Veriset on taistelut takanamme käyty, kuka heitä kaikkia muistaakaan. Kaikki punikin ne rangaistaan. Tuohon ryssiä tuhanteen tuhatta, Karjalan armeija kestää sen. Aika on jo ahmistaa, punakartit puhdistaa, venäläisen verikoirat karkoittaa. Aika on jo ahmistaa, punakartit puhdistaa, venäläisen verikoirat karkoittaa. Kuolema korkea sankarin palkka, urhojen haudoilla hurrataan. Ruumissakon haavantaan, muuan käytön kulkuaan, sielu jääpi perinnöksi syntymämaan. Ruumissakon haavantaan, muuan käytön kulkuaan, sielu jääpi perinnöksi syntymämaan. Diakonin sinnaan leijona lippu, jukolisten pojamme nostetaan. Suomen voimat
And I have just spoken with President Sauli Niinistö to congratulate him on this historic occasion. Finland will formally join our alliance in the coming days.
So back a little bit refreshed. So, right. So, as I just said, just before we took that quick intermission, Sana Marin has conceded the election. She has said that it looks like her coalition is not going to make the threshold to make a majority in parliament. So there's a number of things. Let me see if I can just actually find a. In fact, it'll probably just be best to bring up the European Insider on Telegram, wouldn't it? Do I have my Telegram account linked to? We're having to do a little bit of boomerism here, chat. Let me just. Yes, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. So, where is the account we're looking for? So we're just going to look at a bit of the parliamentary arithmetic that's come out of Finland. Temporarily opened up a chat group. Where is the results? Jano Dukanovic, so I'll wait till we come on to the Montenegrin part of that. Finnish parliamentary, so this is what the results look like. Is that pop up come through okay on OBS onto the screen? I'm just waiting for the playback, or else there's no point delving into this. So. Come on, latency. Sorry, I know this is probably a little bit excruciating, guys. I just don't know if the latency is working or... No, it doesn't look like the pop-up is working, so that's a little bit frustrating. I was hoping that was going to work. Hopefully you guys can see this nonetheless on the Telegram app. So this counting is ongoing, but this is what preliminary polls are looking like at the moment. So KOK is sort of the center-right normie conservative party in Finland. PS, if I'm not, I should probably actually look at the PS is True Finns. Yep. They're the sort of right nationalist party, and the SDP is the Social Democratic Party. That's part of Sana Marin's party of the, well, she's not incumbent anymore, but of the previous incumbent prime minister. So interesting to note that her party actually has increased, even if it's marginally in the elections. But the thing that has cost her the election is the decline in the vote of her coalition parties, particularly the Green Party down here. So despite actually increasing her vote, what is worked out is, in terms of parliamentary seats, is because the way Finnish politics seems to work in the parliament is that it's grand coalitions of the left and the right. I believe it's a similar situation in Sweden and in other countries. So Sana Marin led a government that was a coalition of the SDP, KS, that is, was it the KSK? I believe the KASK, various unreconstructed Marxists, socialists, multiculturalists, sort of like a grand left-wing coalition, of which the SDP was the main party that made up the bulk of the parliamentary bloc, and of which Sana Marin was able to secure the prime ministership of Finland. And it looks like your coalition partners are going to lose enough parliamentary seats to deny that coalition the parliamentary majority. So I believe that there was like a sans connotaire around True Finns at one stage. I don't know if that's still ongoing, but looking at the arithmetic here, it looks like the right wing is on set potentially with this Liberal Party, or maybe this Agrarian Party here. If they were to form a new coalition, they would command a fairly respectable majority in the Finnish parliament. It should be said that pretty much every party in Finland is pro-NATO. These elections were never really going to change the accession to NATO. That is de facto already confirmed at this stage. I believe that the True Finns, up until the Russian invasion last year, were more skeptical of NATO. They are skeptical of the EU, but the events in Ukraine have sort of pushed the party into a very strong pro-NATO stance, kind of dictated by popular public will in Finland, from my understanding at the very least. So this is 93% counted, so the arithmetic here isn't likely to change much from here if there's only less than 7% of the vote yet to go. So let's see if there's any latest updates. So Sana has conceded. 96 National Coalition was on course to secure 20%. So her party outperformed expectations, but her coalition partners very much, at least two of them, have underplayed expectations, and it is cost. Very much looks like it will cost her the prime ministerialship. So, like I say, not an expert in Finnish domestic politics. What I am going to go into, because this is a nice segue to do it, is to discuss the geopolitical situation of Finland in regards to NATO, and in regards to Russia, and to a lesser degree Ukraine. So with this, it is going to turn into a bit of a map stream. So if we just pop over to the map. So worth saying that Finland is a fairly well developed, I believe it's an an upper higher income economy. It's a Scandinavian country. Most of it lies north of the Arctic Circle, but fairly productive, high income, high tech economy, fairly well developed, yada yada yada, all the good parts that come with being a Scandinavian nation. But unlike Sweden, Norway, Danska, Iceland, the other Scandinavian countries, Finland shares a sometimes beneficial, often not beneficial border with a very large Eurasian power, namely the Russian Federation, which is by far the longest border that Finland shares with another country. So just going to quickly run through the history here. The Finns are not like, they are Scandinavian, but they're not Germanic. They're not like Swedes or Norwegians. The Finns are, from my understanding, they're Uralic people. They come from the Urals. Their closest like ethnic kin are the Estonians, who are of similar ilk, and the Hungarians. The Estonians, the Hungarians, and the Finns, they come from the Uralic groups of peoples out by the Urals, and they migrated along with the Great Migrations into what would become Finland. For centuries, Finland used to be part of Sweden. It was a crown realm of the Swedish crown, and then as the growing power of Russia, of the Russian Tsardom, expanded over from the 14th century onwards, this growing power in the northern Baltics, whenever Russia especially secured, I believe it was called Ingvar, but what would become St. Petersburg, and started to press up against the old Livonian and Baltic duchies. Sweden had a lot of interest in this area, and they established control over Finland. As part of this chafing between the growing power of the Russian Tsardom and Sweden, there was a number of wars fought. The famous Battle of Poltava, where Gustav VI, I think it was where the Russians and the Swedes fought. The Great Northern War, of which the Russians eventually came out on top of. Long story short, the Russians eventually overcame the Swedes and established dominance over what used to be Swedish influence in the eastern Baltics. As a result of that, Finland became a duchy under the Russian Tsar. So Finland was, for a couple of centuries, I think it was a couple of centuries, was a constituent part of the Russian Empire. The Tsar, the Russian Emperor, the Tsar was also the High Duke of Finland. As part of this, similar to what used to be Congress Poland, there was a great allowance of autonomy for the Finns under the Russian Empire. Obviously, the Poles didn't like that and tried to revolt, which led to the abolition of Congress Poland, which is kind of the big source of Polish-Russian enmity to this day. The Finns largely escaped that for most of their history as a client of the Russian Empire, to such an extent that there is a statue. If I should probably have this is me not doing crap. Where is the Swedish Parliament? The Finnish Parliament. As there is a statue in front of the Finnish Parliament. I know this is probably autistic, but you guys watch my map streams to watch me autism out, and no, that's not. I'm trying to find it, but there is a statue in Helsinki of the Russian Tsar Alexander II, and he is known in Finland as the Good Tsar, because he allowed for a lot of Finnish autonomy, especially cultural autonomy under the Russian Empire. Unless they've actually pulled down the statue, which I don't think they have, but it's one of the rare cases where, outside of Ukraine until recent history, where the heads of Russian and Soviet states still stand. So there is a fairly cozy relationship between Russia and Finland for a couple of centuries. As part of the autocracy that came in after the assassination by the People's Will of Tsar Alexander, the emancipator of the serfs, Tsar Nicholas, the last Tsar, went more onto an autocratic and authoritarian route, where he started to rescind the autonomy of the various constituent parts of the Russian Empire. The Poles had already lost their autonomy by this stage, but it also happened in Finland. This was the process of Russification. This is where the Russian Empire and later the USSR, depending on how you sort of look at the historiography, try, instead of having a multinational state, would try and turn the various nationalities and ethnicities into Russians. So this was how Russia assimilated the Tatars, various Caucasians peoples. Depending on your historiography, it's how the Belarusians and Ukrainians became quote-unquote Russian under the Russian Empire. This was the downgrading of the Finnish language for the Russian language. This was the sidelining of the Finnish Lutheran Church in favor of the Russian and the Finnish Orthodox Church. Various things like that, impinging on a previously held cultural and social autonomy that used to be held in Finland. This soured Finland's sort of association with the wider Russian Empire. So now we come up to World War One. Of course, World War One comes along. Not going to rehash the history. Doesn't go well for the Russian Empire. Russian Empire collapses. Various constituent parts of the Russian Empire break away, and the most successful of those is arguably Finland. Finland breaks away from the Russian Empire. This is Finland is famous because it's where Lenin entered Russia in order to instigate the Bolshevik seizure of power. But Finland breaks away, establishes its own independent state separate from Russia. I believe this was under Mannerheim, who would become to even more prominence in the 1940s. There is a very brief civil war between what would be termed the White Finnish Army For people asking what the music is for the opening video, the Finnish section is the March of the White Finnish Army. That is the name of the song. That's where that comes from. And there is also a very long-lived Finnish-Soviet attempt to the Republic, which is quickly crushed in the Finnish Civil War with the help of the German Empire, which was still extant up until 1918, late 1918. The Whites win the Civil War, and Finland sort of established itself as a more conservative, independent republic, separate from Russian and Soviet rule. So that's it. Finland is now an independent state, and then various things happen in Russia, the establishment of the USSR. Along comes a man called Joseph Dugashvili. Stalin comes into power in Russia and is part of the build-up of Soviet industry and power abroad. Jumping right ahead, don't need to touch onto it too much here. He begins a very foolish, some have drawn a lot of parallels to what happened in Ukraine, but Stalin, after completely gutting his military via the military purges, he begins a very foolish military endeavor in Finland in the winter of 1940, while all the world is watching the Germans. Winter 1949. So while all the world is watching the conflict with Germany, France, and Britain, because Poland has already been absorbed by now by the Third Reich, and the East by the USSR, while all attention is mostly focused on Germany, Stalin attempts an invasion of Finland to establish a friendly regime, try and retake some territories from Finland and add them to the USSR. So then thus begins the Winter War. Don't need to go straight through it, but nonetheless, the Winter War does not really go to plan for Stalin or the Soviets. It's a complete military fiasco. Tens of thousands of Soviet troops freeze to death, get caught in forested ambushes, and the force is it's decimated by dogged Finnish resistance. But nonetheless, because of the weight of the Soviet Goliath against him, the Finns and the USSR come to peace terms, and the Finns concede some minor territories to the USSR. Most of these territories are the places around Viborg, which used to be known as Viipuri, under Finnish control. And the big thing about the USSR's Stalin's ambitions, he almost certainly probably would have preferred to have potentially annexed or turned Finland into a client Soviet republic, but nonetheless, it was about pushing the Finnish frontier further away from St. Petersburg, just as a strategic depth to defend the city. So the Finnish border, I believe, used to run roughly halfway across this peninsula, and it used to jut a fair bit out further into what is now Russian Karelia. So that's the Finnish, the Winter War. World War II comes along, Operation Barbarossa. Obviously, the Finns ally with the Third Reich, seeing a common enemy in the USSR. A whole bunch of nuances on it. This isn't exactly history stream, just running through it very quick. The Germans enveloped Leningrad from the south. The Finns pushed down the isthmus from Viborg, and don't fully complete the siege, but kind of block off the northern straits of St. Petersburg, and then that's where the siege of Leningrad comes from. And they fight all along the Karelian Isthmus and such. But the Finns, during what is termed the Continuation War, whenever Finland had the alliance with the Germans through Operation Barbarossa in the Second World War, the Finns don't really seem to be overly ambitious to press beyond what is their effective claims of just regaining their territory, much to the consternation of the Germans. So nonetheless, Operation Barbarossa doesn't exactly go very well. The Soviets start to repulse the Germans. This also happens with the Finns. The Soviet army has sort of recovered from the officers' purge and the incompetence of the early part of Operation Barbarossa. It's a far more well-equipped, far more well-led and battle-trained army. It's not the poor conscripts that are sent off to freeze to death in Finnish forests. As the Germans are pushed out of Leningrad Oblast, the Soviets begin to push against the Finns up along the isthmus and in Finnish Karelia, and I believe it was whenever Vyborg fell to the Soviet army, is whenever Mannerheim and Finland effectively sued for peace with the USSR. Now, this is quite important because this lays the seeds of pretty much the entire history of post-war Finnish neutrality, which has now been abolished in the past week. So, as part of the peace treaty, the Soviets effectively say they'll respect Finnish sovereignty. You have to understand is a lot of people sort of wonder why the USSR, if it was a steamroller in 1944 into 1945, just didn't push on to Helsinki and complete what their ambitions were in 1940. What you have to understand is that the Soviets' main front of contention, it was still an existential battle with the Third Reich all across what would have been then Byelorussia and the Ukrainian SSRs. So this was very much a minor front, and the Soviets wanted to tie it up quick in order to divert forces and efforts to the wider war with the Third Reich. So as part of the peace treaty that the Soviets sign with Finland and Mannerheim at this time is Finland will switch sides. German troops have to leave Finland, and as part of that, the Finns will effectively fight a small war with the Germans in the north of Finland against these retreating German troops. I think it's called the Lapland War off the top of my head. But Finland effectively renounces it. It's a very nuanced position because the Soviet Union takes a privileged stance in Finnish foreign policy. Is that the foreign policy of Finland is effectively gives a veto to Moscow. So if Finland wants to enter a strategic alliance, if Finland wants to join NATO, if Finland wants to join the Warsaw Pact, yada, 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 Moscow has the final say on it, and that's part of the stipulation of this treaty. So, but alongside that, the USSR also accords Finland a very large degree of autonomy domestically. So a communist state or economy is not established in Finland. Finland is allowed its parliamentary democracy, its market economy, but its foreign policy is largely held at the veto of the USSR, because the USSR wants a post-war, so don't need to go into the rest of World War II. Post-war, early Cold War, the USSR wants buffer states between NATO, Western powers. You have to look at Russian history here. Invasions that have always really screwed up Russia over the past number of centuries have always come from the West. You've got Napoleon, you've got the Germans in World War One, you've got the Germans in World War Two. The existential threat comes from the West in the Soviet immediate post-war mindset. So if they can limit the fronts and put up buffer states between this hostile Western powers and against the USSR, that is to the benefit of Soviet strategic security. So, and also, this is stuff that I will come into a bit more whenever we come up to the present day. If the Soviet Union doesn't need to establish a direct client state, but can establish Finland as a non-player in the great game of powers, as a de facto buffer state between NATO member Norway, that is to the benefit of the Russians, because the Soviets have a very important naval base up here in Murmansk, which you can see is very close to the Norwegian border. Well, if Finland was potentially a Western alliance state, or if its status in international politics in the Cold War was more ambiguous, the Soviets would have to invest significant resources into securing the Finnish border to provide strategic security and depth to their nuclear submarine fleet based around Murmansk. So if Finland is out of this equation, then the Soviets can expend a lot less just to secure this very hostile terrain here. A hostile terrain in the sense that the weather is inhospitable, the terrain is mountainous, it's rocky, it's very poor logistics. Anyone who's looking to invade the USSR via northern Norway is probably not going to have a good time of it. And if the Soviets can, it's a small border, what Soviet assets and defensive capabilities are up in the Kola. This region is called the Kola region. The more they can put into the line to secure that border. So that's the sort of strategic Cold War assessment. Obviously, Sweden also has an official policy of neutrality in this period as well. Although it's a bit more ambiguous. It's definitely more siding to the West, but it is a quote unquote neutral nation. But they understand that the most likely threat to Swedish sovereignty is probably going to come from the USSR. So it's an armed neutrality in Sweden that is directed mostly towards the East. So that's this process that Finland finds itself in through the Cold War is a process called Finlandinization. This potentially could have been a fairly good model that Ukraine could have signed up to, or had people been more ambitious, more willing to concede. Maybe this was a scenario that Ukraine could have found itself into that would have appeased everyone on both sides, that might have prevented the war. But nonetheless, that is a scenario that isn't really, that's off the table at this stage, obviously. So the USSR collapses. The threat from the east sort of mitigates, but Finland still holds to its strategic neutrality. It does join the EU, but the European Community and the EU, but it doesn't join NATO. Russia is a very much reduced power. It's not the USSR, but nonetheless, Finland is very much, it moves into a diplomatically a much more westernized nation. So Finlandization kind of ends, but the Finns, to their credit, kind of maintain the strategic neutrality of Finlandization, probably to the benefit of the Russians, because if you have this country that's part of the EU, you have be it smuggling, be it legitimate commerce or whatever, Finland has its largest border with Russia. The second largest city in Russia here is there's bound to be a lot of economic potential and links that Finland crafted between itself and the newly independent Russian state after the Soviet collapse. So we now jump ahead. I don't really think I need to go into Kukkonen and the piece of Kukkonen and all that kind of stuff. I think that's probably a bit out of scope of this, so I'll leave that to the side. So we come up to February 24th, 2022, the special military operation. The Russians enter Ukraine. This blows open the global geopolitical settlement effectively since the end of the Second World War. This shakes the heads across Europe and especially in Finland. Sana Marin, who is prime minister at the time, and as of what I've seen in the past couple hours, is no longer prime minister in Finland, decides, seemingly with large public support and parliamentary unanimity, that Finland is now going to renounce its neutrality and join NATO, of which, if it de facto already is, there's just a couple of final formalities that need to be dealt with for the Finnish flag to be raised beside NATO headquarters in Brussels. So, where do we stand now with Finland in terms of Russia and geopolitics? I made a couple posts in the Telegram chat, which I knew weren't going to go down well with certain people in chat, but this is bad for Russia. This is not good for Russia at all. And I'm going to go into a number of reasons for this. I should caveat this, that a lot of this is hypothetical. Geopolitics is hypothetical, but at the end, the basic state of geopolitics is it is countries jockeying for position and for advantage over each other in preparation for a future war that they might have to fight. No matter whatever way you sell it, that is what the crux of the issue comes from. Geopolitics between Russia and between the United States and China. It's understood that China is a strategic threat to the United States. So American policy and Chinese policy towards the United States and American policy towards China is all it is them jockeying for advantage and position over the other in a future hypothetical war that they might have to fight. The Cold War, what was the entire Cold War? It was geopolitics between the East and the West, between the USSR and the West led by the United States, jockeying for position in order to get advantage over each other for a potential war that they might fight. That war may never happen, such as what happened in the Cold War, but nonetheless, that's how countries approach geopolitics with outside of places that are anomalies in history, like Europe or such. If a country has a strategic rival, that is the base sum of their interactions with each other. Whenever I say like that is what geopolitics is, that's not to say that every country assumes every other country it is going to have to fight at some stage. No, it's whenever there is an identifiable rival to a country in geopolitics, that is what it boils down to in one form or the other. So Finland, now part of NATO, is now a strategic geopolitical rival of Russia, and Russia is now a strategic geopolitical rival of Finland. Whether you agree with this and think it's wise or not, that's up to you. That's not my assessment to make. I'm just going to go into why this is very bad for Russia. First of all, before, or rather up until Finland does accede to NATO, which is going to happen potentially within the next week, the previous entire length of the Russian NATO border, this is Russia's borders with NATO members, was this. The border of Estonia and Latvia were the only borders that Russia has outside of Kaliningrad. So Kaliningrad and this Baltic frontier with Latvia and Estonia are the only borders that Russia shares with NATO states. This isn't a good border as it is. It's small, so it's potentially far more defensible, but nonetheless is Narva, this eastern part of Estonia, also juts out into St. Petersburg Oblast, and as you can see, this is a fairly short jump off from NATO territory to St. Petersburg, and this holds a number of very concerning implications for the Russians, most of it historical and symbolic. Whenever the Russians are concerned about this, they're thinking about the siege of Leningrad. The siege of Leningrad was not a very pleasant affair, to put it mildly. It's one of the longest sieges in history and one of the most costly. I believe it was for 800 days, or was it 400? Yeah, I believe it. No, because 800 days is like, yeah, I believe it's around 800 days, and I think it was something like 1.52 million people perished in the siege of Leningrad. It was one very traumatic event in the wider trauma that was the Second World War for the Russian and Soviet people. So also cultural capital of Russia, historical capital, all that stuff aside, and also very big economic and military outpost as well. So that is of significant concerns to the Russians, that you had potentially American, and the NATO makes a big showing of this. There are NATO battalions and units constantly on rotation in and out of Estonia, and they often make a habit of doing parades in this city called Narva. You can find pictures and stuff of it. Don't know too much about the Russian Estonian community, but nonetheless, Narva is an overwhelmingly majority ethnically Russian city. As you can see, it is right on the border. Its twin is Ivangorod, just across the river Narva. If there is NATO, for example, I believe the thing that really pissed off the Russians a number of years ago is that there was an American armored battalion that was deployed to Estonia, and they made a big showing of driving their Abrams in a parade around Narva. That obviously sends big alarm bells to Russia, especially people in St. Petersburg, whenever you have... Because you have to understand, whenever the Russians talk about the the mid-century Germans, Yahoozis, I was saying Yahoozis YouTube. Whenever the Russians talk about their concerns about the mid-century Germans and how they're fighting mid-century Germans in Ukraine, that is just sort of like a byword for the wider West. I know we all have our own connotations of what we mean whenever we talk of the mid-century Germans. Whenever the Russians talk about them, they're not bringing in the ethnic angle of what happened to in certain camps and stuff. They're talking about the people who killed their great-grandfather and half of his family and completely leveled their village. That's the kind of trauma that the Russians have historically from the events of World War II. So whenever they project that onto Western powers, the United States, NATO, whenever that's the kind of symbology that they bring out of it. American tanks in Narva, well, that's similar to German Panthers in Narva in 1943, 1944. That's the kind of connotation they're making. So with this awkward border here, and obviously the Balts, because they didn't exactly enter the USSR as very happy subjects to begin with, they have a historical antipathy towards Russia. So they take a very they've always taken a very anti-Russian foreign policy, which has antagonized the Russians. But nonetheless, with that, now you have Finland has joined NATO, and you come back to an eerily similar situation potentially to what happened in the Second World War. Is you have a hostile NATO border to the west, which isn't too far from St. Petersburg, and now you have a hostile border to the north, which isn't too far from St. Petersburg. And then you have all this symbology and historical parallels start to come up in the Russian imagination, in Russian discourse about what could happen to St. Petersburg if war ever happens again with NATO. Whether that's a accurate or correct opinion for Russians to hold is irrelevant, that they hold it nonetheless. I'm of the mindset if there is ever a actual proper war between Russia and NATO, it's going nuclear very shortly into it. Very quickly, it will turn into a nuclear conflict, and it's just every other thing is, well, I don't need to go into what happens whenever NATO and Russia start lobbing nuclear warheads at each other. There wouldn't be a siege of St. Petersburg or a siege of Helsinki, because Helsinki and St. Petersburg just wouldn't exist very long. But nonetheless, that's the historical memory and trauma that the Russians live, and why this is of especially concern. But also of a special concern for this is this. So this used to be the old Russian NATO frontiers. It has now more than tripled in length. And the problem here is this is fairly developed terrain. This isn't rugged, forested, hostile, weathered land most of the year. This is fairly straightforward to police, to reinforce, to guard, to lock down. This is not, because I will zoom in with handy Google Earth, and as you can see, and I'm not going to go the entire length of the border, but this is forest. Lots of lakes, but mostly forest. And for a lot of the year, this is Arctic climate, snowed, very few roads crossing it, not a lot of infrastructure going back and forth. This is very hard to police. This is very hard to reinforce. This is very hard to lock down. This is what the Soviets dealt with in the Winter War. It's what the Finns were concerned of in the Continuation War. And it's now what the Russians are going to have to be concerned with going forward, is this very long, very porous, very hard to secure border. And that's not to say that a Finnish army corps is going to cross the border and drive on to Archangels or towards St. Petersburg. I don't think that's a likely scenario, but it comes with a number of nuances. You've got things like espionage, porous border, people, espionage, spies, all that kind of stuff come back and forth a lot easier. The Russians play it for their benefit. They do it especially in Belarus and in Kaliningrad, but I would expect that in the years to come, you will find that the Russians will start importing quote-unquote migrants, or lovely friends who have sexual accidents all the time. The Russians are probably going to start importing a lot of those people, driving them up into Russian Karelia and just offloading them and pointing them in the direction of Finland and saying, European Union over there, go and claim asylum. So that's a way that the Russians can sort of hit back at it, but nonetheless, we're looking at the military aspect of it. So, very long border, and the aspect, it's not that the Finns are going to cross the border and invade Russia, no, but and I'll come into that because the Finns have a very particular military with a very particular train of mind. But like I said, you have to understand geopolitics is all about preparing yourself to fight the next war, or the war that you might have to fight at some point. This is why the Russians couldn't stand a Ukrainian membership of NATO, because the eastern flank of Ukraine pushes quite far into what is southern Russia. And if that scenario ever came about, you have the potential in the Russian mindset for American tank divisions to be based in eastern Ukraine that could then repeat Case Blue of Operation Barbarossa and try and cut off southern Russia from its crucial oil fields in the Caucasus from continental Russia. So that's the quick skinny on the Ukrainian situation in geopolitics. But the Finnish situation is a bit, just adds to this. The old issue of the Russian nuclear strategic submarine force up around Murmansk, well, that comes back into focus, because now, instead of this fairly easy to police and maintain strategic border with NATO Norway, you now have a vastly expanded border with Finland. And like I say, it's not that the Finnish army might cross against it, but say if there ever is a war with Russia, say if the Americans put, or some other NATO country put a number of infantry and tank divisions up here in northern Finland, taking aside the logistics of it, because it's not, the logistics can change. NATO could put in a lot of investment. If the Russians just decide to disregard the logistics of basing these troops up in northern Norway, that's a error on their part. But let's say hypothetically in the future you have American armored divisions based up here in Finnish Lapland. War with Russia starts. It's not inconceivable. Terrain aside, the terrain's going to be a problem, but nonetheless, if the Russians just decide the terrain is their only defense of this area, you have the potential of American armored divisions within striking range of Murmansk. And if that's a possibility, that is one very important strategic target. Strategic part of the Russian nuclear triad, potentially severely impacted by that. And then that's whenever Russia really starts to think, well, there is a serious strategic risk to the existence of the Russian state, and then that activates the Russian nuclear doctrine. But nonetheless, that's the sort of way you have to look at it, because the Finnish army is not an expeditionary force. The Finnish army, the actual professional Finnish military, is fairly small. What Finland brings to NATO is one of the largest conscript forces. Pretty much every able-bodied Finnish citizen does military service. They learn how to train a rifle, they learn how to operate in a military environment, and as a part of that, that has built up a significant number of small arms and ammunition for the Finnish army. But as alongside that, it builds up the mobilization pool for the Finns. So let's say, hypothetically, there is a war that breaks out between Russia and NATO, and Finland's part of NATO. Let's say if the Russians ever decide to go on the offensive into Finland, let's say the Russians are fighting this war and they decide, well, if we can make some ground in the northern theater and push Finland out of the war, this means whenever those Russian tank divisions start to cross the border into Finland, they are going to be facing potentially hundreds of thousands of Finns who are armed and militarily trained, and that's going to be a lot stiffer of a fight rather than untrained civilians. This is kind of what we've seen in Ukraine to a large degree, and that is going to significantly bog down and complicate any Russian military ambitions in Finland. So it's not that you're going to see the potentiality for a Finnish army corps crossing into besieged St. Petersburg. What it is it locks Finland out as a hostile border to Russia in the event of any conflict. It would be a very costly exercise for the Russians to try and push into Finland in the case of war under this circumstances. So Finland you have to view as sort of more of a hedgehog kind of addition to NATO. It's an armed camp on the northern Russian border, and whereas it used to be an armed neutral camp, it is now an armed camp specifically on the hostile side to Russia, which then brings in the other aspect of this. Sweden is almost certainly going to be joining NATO as well, depending on just some things they have to work out with the Turks. this turns, whenever Sweden joins NATO, this turns the Baltics effectively into a NATO lake, as it de facto is already, but this just reinforces the aspect. Any Russian naval activity out of St. Petersburg or Kaliningrad, it is surrounded on all sides by NATO observation, NATO weapons tracking it. The Baltics is now a completely hostile waters to Russian aviation as a result of Swedish and Finnish accession to NATO, but also Swedish accession to NATO builds up strategic depth for Finland in this conflict scenario. So whereas before, say hypothetically, if there was war with NATO and Russia, and Sweden wasn't part and just stuck, Sweden maintained neutrality and wasn't part of NATO in the case of this, well, how does NATO reinforce Finland? Well, it either have to send equipment up via these very lightly infrastructured, not the best, only a few decent roads in the north of Norway, skirting the Finnish border, and then it has to make a long trek all the way through Finnish Lapland down towards the core of Finland, or it could try and send it in by sea. But going by sea, depending on what happens to Kaliningrad and St. Petersburg, you will have Russian submarines and potentially aircraft that could interdict any resupply for NATO resupply missions into Finland via the sea. Air power, it would face potentially the same problem in this scenario if Sweden wasn't part of NATO and maintained a very strict neutrality. Well, then NATO aircraft would have to skirt along the borders of Sweden, and skirt into northern Norway or cross the Baltic Seas into Finland, and that would put it well within range of strategic Russian air defense in Kaliningrad if Kaliningrad isn't immediately taken out, potentially out of St. Petersburg, but especially in the north. I would imagine that the Russian strategic S-400s, S-500 batteries, maybe even Russian intercept aircraft out of Murmansk could probably interdict aircraft that way. If Sweden is part of NATO under this scenario, that problem just is completely removed. NATO air resupply can just go into Norway or into Gothenburg in Sweden. Just use the Swedish infrastructure and slip into Finland that way. And also, it pretty much greatly negates the ability for Russian naval action in the Baltics to interdict any NATO resupply efforts to Finland. So why would there be resupply efforts into Finland in this scenario? Because, like I say, the Finnish army is very unlikely to ever be an expeditionary army. It's not the kind of thing that's going to go off and fight a war in Iraq. It's not the kind of thing that's going to fight a war in Afghanistan. It's probably not going to be the kind of thing that's going to launch an invasion into the Kola to take Murmansk or to take St. Petersburg. It's going to be there to tie down Russian assets, to defend the border, to make sure it doesn't do that, but also to make it very costly for any Russian action that might go into Finland and remove that threat. Where the problem does come in is there is a lot of countries in NATO that specialize in expeditionary armies. We all know the state of certain NATO countries is very bad, but going forward that might change, and you always have to look to how things might change in the future if you're going to do good geopolitics. So you have countries like France, potentially Germany, potentially Poland, the United Kingdom, potentially Spain, but especially the United States and to a lesser degree Canada. They have more expeditionary type armies, depending on how any potential conflict with Russia goes in Eastern Europe. Like I say, the previous scenario, if the Americans decide to start sending armored and infantry divisions into Finland, well, this hedgehog situation that Finland has put it in, the Russians can't really negate it, because if they try to, it's going to be very costly and they'll probably get bogged down and they'll pay dearly for it. But then it gives a freedom of maneuver to this hypothetical expeditionary NATO force in Finland to potentially launch offensive operations of its own into Russia proper, be it to try and cut off the strategic connection between the Kola with continental Russia via the Karelian Isthmus, or whether it's to try and remove Murmansk from the map, or maybe if it's to try and put pressure on St. Petersburg nonetheless. That's where the strategic aspect of Finnish membership of NATO comes into play, and this is where it's of concern to the Russians, is that potential hypothetical scenario. So That's not to say it's a realistic scenario. Like I say, if there's ever a NATO-Russia conflict, I'm pretty assured it would go nuclear very quick. Whether that's complete nuclear Armageddon or that's tactical nuclear weapons to kind of draw a line in the sand. Nonetheless, I don't see how such a conflict could go down without some form of nuclear aspect to it. So that's the situation of Finland in regards now to Russia. Was it wise for Finland to reject this decades-long neutrality? I think it probably was. That's just my own personal opinion, but it's not my place to say. It's the Finns' place to say, and they've conclusively said it. So, as I say, depending on the status of the True Finns, because I believe the True Finns party is the one that might be a bit more skeptical towards NATO. Pretty much the new government in Finland, no matter what shape it takes, is probably just going to progress along with this NATO membership unimpeded. And then the only aspect of it comes at how verbose is Finland going to be in its membership? How much is it going to antagonize the Russians, or how much is it going to be a more pragmatic force where it says, we're part of NATO, Russia is a rival, but we're not going to antagonize it? Just kind of we'll take part in the training programs, the armament programs, stuff like that, but we're not going to base NATO troops in Finland. That to me would be a pragmatic approach. Or is Finland going to go down the route where it says, no, we're now going to poke the Russians in the eye as much as we can. We're going to base the American armored divisions outside Helsinki. We're going to sign up to the nuclear sharing program and have American and British and French nuclear warheads stationed in Finnish air bases. You know, that to me would be a very foolish road to go down to, but that's what is to be decided by the future. And then these similar questions are what's going to be asked of the Swedes whenever their accession to NATO comes into action and of itself. So that's the skinny, as the term goes, on Finnish NATO membership. Let's have a quick look and see if there's any updates. Oh, pardon me. Let me just have a look and see if there is any. Bulgarian parliamentary election is what we'll come into next. Eyewitness of the explosion in St. Petersburg, and it addressed that at the start of the stream. Just looking for Sana Marin concedes defeat. Already done that. Where is the... Okay, I'm just going to go on to Europe Elects on Twitter and have a look. Bulgaria, Andorra, Finland, National Party, centrist agrarian, Keskusta falls to 11.3%, worst parliamentary election result in history. True Finns rises to 20%. Is their best parliamentary result in history since both party. Yep. Okay. So best parliamentary. Police helicopters out. The paramilitaries are feuding again. So good result for the True Finns. Hopefully they have a big say in the next parliament, because the Finns really need to stop bringing in Somalis into their country. Right-wing Volta Kula Kanasala receives 3% of the vote. 0.3%. What is this? This is like a hard right, proper identitarian party. So that's her first party, not. So preliminary result. So Sana Marin's party actually gained another 3 seats, but the collapse of her coalition partners, which leads to, what is that? That is down 7 seats, 14, down 5 seats, 19 seats. So her coalition partners have lost 19 seats, so that's going to swing the balance of the parliamentary arithmetic to a potential pan-right coalition. So that's the situation at the moment in Finland. So the normie conservative right party, the KOK party, has gone up 10 seats. True Finns have gone up 7 seats. Sana Marin's gained 3. The Agrarian Party's lost 8. Greens have lost 7. The radical left party have lost 5. And everyone else remains on the seats that they have. So pretty significant terms in parliamentary seats as a swing from the incumbent left-leaning pan-left coalition of Sana Marin to the right-wing coalition in Finland. So that is the Finnish situation, unless there is something that the Sparde and Parkalas have done that I'm just trying to rack my brain and see if there's anything I might have missed, as I tend to do in these things. So I think that's it. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. So that's the situation with Fingolia. The Finngolians have voted. Sana Marin, the cat girl, is out of power, but Finland is now part of NATO. So we now have a Mongolian Khanate. Mongolian hordes will be riding once again. Finngolian hordes, rather, will be riding once again with the along the banner of NATO. So that's the situation in Finland. So let's have a quick look through chat. We'll end the Israeli poll. Have a look through chat, see if anyone has said anything of interest. And then we'll jump on to the Bulgar situation at... Oh, pardon me. And I'll do a similar kind of geopolitical rundown on the situation with Bulgaria as it relates to Russia and Ukraine. Forgive me, I'm gonna take a very big swig of water. Somi. Lenin entered Russia via Haparadna. Haparadna. In Sweden, I am from Haparadna. I have been at the same station Lenin was. Yeah, maybe the first time he arrived in Russia, but there was a point where he was threatened with arrest, and he fled to Finland, and then he returned, and I think it was like that was the big triumphal return to Petrograd. Russia was the return from Finland. Vyborg was the term used in English as well, to be honest, so you can still call it that, Vyborg, whether under Finland or Russia. Okay, Vyborg was founded by the Swedes, so Vipori seems to be a Finnish translation. Finnish folk or a happier version of Russians? I don't know, I've met Finns, and if they don't seem very similar to Slavs. They have that same sort of depressive mentality, but they don't tend to be quite the same. Doing a bit of digging, it seems Helsinki is also a Finnish health import. Allergy. NATO doesn't need any. Okay. Can the new Finnish government revoke NATO membership? Maybe, but very unlikely. Every party in the parliament, from my understanding, is pretty much pro NATO membership at this stage. Russia should then build a new base in Cuba. Let's see how it turn out, that move. And bunker housing for another 20 Swedish crowns. Thank you very much. Talk about NATO Article 5. It is interesting. I don't really know how much I could opine on that. Article 5 of NATO is just an attack on one. Is an attack on all its collective defense. And it only applies to possessions in the North Atlantic. So I'm not too sure how much I can really opine in that. Like an example I could give there is it's actually the anniversary of the Falkland Wars the past couple of days. Whenever Argentina attacked and invaded the Falkland Islands, that didn't come under Article 5 and NATO treaty obligations because it was in the global south, whereas Article 5 is common collective security. Under NATO, it only applies to stuff north of the equator, I believe. I'm not too sure if it's specifically the equator or stuff in the North Atlantic region, but nonetheless. So with this, we now move on to. Why is it not coming up? We now move on to the Bulgars. So just before we jump into dealing with Bulgaria, I'm just going to take a little slight break. I'm going to play the Bulgarian part of the opening video. Just as I quickly take a quick break because for some reason my throat really isn't playing. So I'll let the Bulgarian section of the opening video play and then I'll jump back in. So just give us a couple of minutes. We'll jump straight into Bulgaria. So speak to you guys in a second.
The European security architecture.
No, don't want that bit.
The European The European security architecture.
Okay, back again. So, where is my little Bulgarian thingy? So now we move on to lovely nation of Bulgaria. Actually, just before we come on to the lovely nation of Bulgaria, just to correct something in chat because I can see people angry at it. Look, okay, maybe Finland isn't part of Scandinavia. Sorry if I don't know the precise nomenclature of what Scandinavia is. Did I mean Nordic? Is Finland Nordic? Is it part of the Nordic countries? To me, Scandinavia is just another synonym for Nordic. Forgive me if my autism hasn't pervaded me that far, guys. I apologize. I will prostrate myself many times for that. But for most people, I imagine that the Nordic and Scandinavian are synonymous with each other. So do forgive me my momentary lapse of autism there. So and I didn't skip the Norwegian NATO border. I just wanted to focus on it specifically whenever it came to it, because this is the border that is not continuous with the new NATO Finnish Russian border there, so that's why I didn't lump it straight in on starts. So right, where do we go? Hi Carolina. The opposite. Finland is not Nordic, but it is Scandinavian. Nordic is based on ethnicity. What? Right. Really? We're really doing this? Okay. We're taking a detour, chat. Because autism demands it. We're going to say is what is Nordic and what is Scandinavia. Nordic. Like, I myself would have assumed like Nordic specifically refers to like Norse, descendants of the Norse, which would be the Germanic Scandinavians, but apparently not. Nordic countries. We'll look at Wiki. Okay. Look, I know it's not the best source, but we're looking at Wikipedia, and Wikipedia is the fountain of all knowledge in our modern progressive age. Nordic countries. Finland is green. So, unlisted in capitals is Helsinki. Helsinki is part of Finland. Composition: 5 sovereign states: Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, Sweden. So, Nordic, a Nordic country. Finland is a Nordic country. If we're talking about the Norse, they're not Norse. This is why whenever I did my spiel on Finland, I specifically said that the Finns are a Finno-Uralic people. They descend, their ancestor, they're similar to Estonians and Magyars. They come from the Urals. There's a reason I made that distinction, because they're not Germanic like Swedes, Norwegians, Danes, but they are considered a Nordic country. But while we're at it, Nordic country, not to be confused with Scandinavia. What does Wikipedia say Scandinavia is? Well, there you go. Scandinavia composition: Denmark, Norway, Sweden, sometimes also Åland, the Faroe Islands, Finland, and Iceland. In English usage, it can sometimes also refer narrowly to the Scandinavian peninsula, which excludes Denmark but includes a part of Finland, or more broadly to all of the Nordic countries, also including Finland, Iceland, and the Faroe Islands. Like, look, I'm not soy jacking, pointing at Wikipedia saying, oh my god, guys, look, Reddit, Wikipedia says it's all this. But, I mean, like, I'm considering the matter closed. I can use Scandinavian or I can use Nordic to refer to Finland. The case is closed. Look, for people spurging out in chat, well, it's more the Telegram chat. The matter is closed. I'm right. I was right in the correct terminology I used. I'm sorry. Autism wins again. need to categorization. Right, there we go. Autism segment aside, Finland is both a Scandinavian and a Nordic country. They're not a Norse country. No one said they were Norse. No one said they were Germanic. I made the specific designation to say they were Finno-Uralic. But I was right. In the autism, I was right. Right, what was I about to say? I've completely gone on a tangent now. Bulgaria, we're talking about the Bulgarians. Okay. Where's my Bulgarian meme? So why is that coming up? So now, chat, we move to the plucky, very depressive nation of Bulgaria. I've met like 2 Bulgarians, and they're very depressive people. And well, the people I know who say that they've gone to Bulgaria say the countryside is nice, but the people in the country is just very depressing and grey. Never been, so I can't assess that. But I don't really hear very much positive things about Bulgaria, so I'm not going to spread hate or anything, but that might color my interpretation of what I'm about to say about Bulgaria. But it seems like a dying country, which I'll elucidate in a little bit. So while you all look at this beautiful meme, I need to bring up. No, I don't need that. Where's my map? Need to bring up the map. We need a map of Bulgaria. Google Maps. Bulgarian. Okay, so now we move to talk about the plucky Balkan nation of Bulgaria. And I'm hoping this is going to be a bit quicker because my throat is starting to die. And I probably don't know too much about Bulgaria as such, but we'll take a stab at it. And I definitely know a bit more of the geopolitics of this country and the domestic. So this is Bulgaria. Historically, the Bulgarians descend from a group called the Bulgars. Bit of a convoluted history here. The Bulgars, kind of like the Finns and the Magyars and Romania and the Estonians, the Bulgars didn't live always. They don't have their ethnogenesis, to coin a term, in the Balkans. The Bulgars actually come from somewhere out on the Volga. There was a historical state called Volga, Bulgaria, which is along the Volga River, as the name suggests. This is kind of where the Bulgars come from. The Bulgars, the progenitors of the Bulgarians were actually a Turkic people. So that implies that they came from what is now around Novosibirsk, Western China, northeastern Kazakhstan. This is kind of where the Turkic peoples come from. Of course, the biggest extent of the Turkic people is Turkey itself. Obviously, then you've got Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, the various Central Asian stands. That's kind of where the Turkic peoples are based today. But the Bulgars, of course, don't really consider themselves a Turkic or tyrannic people anymore. So what happened? How did a Turkic people known as the Volga Bulgars end up as the Bulgarian Slavs? I'm going to run through very quickly on the history because it kind of bears a lot of influence and understanding of where Bulgaria stands today. So in the 800s and the 900s, the Bulgars start to migrate out of what was Volga, Bulgaria. They migrate along what would become modern-day Ukraine into Moldova through the land of the Vlachs, which would eventually become Romania, and they come up against what was then the borders of the Eastern Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire as it's known in modern parlance. The Bulgars at this time were a Khanate, a Turkic Khanate. They worshipped Tengri, kind of like what ancient Mongols did. Whenever they come into contact with the Orthodox Christian Eastern Romans, the Romanoi, they start to settle into a less nomadic, more settled society, and they convert to Eastern Orthodoxy. They embrace Christianity, and they end up fighting a number of centuries long war with the Eastern Romanoi, the Byzantines. Don't need to go into too much depth of this, but nonetheless, eventually the Byzantines sort of come out on top, annex the Bulgars, settle the Bulgars. But during that period, there is something else happens. You have the migration of the Slavs, the Slavic peoples, into the Balkans. And it's kind of lost to a degree just how much, and I know this is kind of irrelevant, but it kind of is irrelevant. Just hear me out on my historical autism here. It's kind of lost just how much the Slavic migrations influenced what used to be the Hellenic Greek world of the late Dark Ages, the 800s to like the 1100s AD. Because there are so many Slavs that sort of migrate that the modern Greeks there's very little actually classical Greek in them if you're looking in ethnic and genetic terms. The Slavs, so many Slavs migrate that they actually push out a lot of Greek culture and what would become the Peloponnese, part of modern day Thessalia, and a lot of the Greek identity in this area sort of becomes diluted with the Slavic peoples. And there are numerous Slavic peoples. There is confederations, there's all kinds. Of course, the ones that made it through to the modern day are the Serbs, the Macedonians, and the various other South Slavic peoples that would in the former Yugoslavia. But it's part of this mass migration into what was then the Eastern Roman Empire, what remains of it. Classically, and this is kind of a sidetrack, but I don't get to say this, so I'm going to spurg autism at you guys. If you know anything about classical Greek civilization, you'll know that the Thracians were a very big part of it, that there was a Thracian kingdom, that there was a Thracian identity and a Thracian language, but while it wasn't part of the Hellas of Greek proper, it was definitely Hellenic people. The ancient Thracian people sort of disappear at this stage because so many Slavic peoples move into them. It completely dilutes their identity here in Eastern Thrace, which is now part of Turkey. That the old Hellenic identity, independent identity of Thracian, sort of is swept away by the mass Slavic immigration and settling of this area, and then its eventual assimilation into wider Romanoi, Romani. Romanoi is the Greek term for Roman. Romani, Romanoi, Romanum is like the Turkic term for the nation of the Romans. That's what the people called the Greeks through the Middle Ages. So that's kind of what happened there. Where this feeds into the wider story is obviously, as most of what is modern day Bulgaria became under the control of the Byzantine Empire, you had a lot of Slavic peoples who enacted the same process on the Bulgars. You had the influence of Hellenic orthodoxy in civilization from the Byzantine administration, but you also had the Slavic peoples who came in and intermingled and bred with the Turkic Bulgars. And through that process is you had the old Turkic identity to the Bulgar people slowly drift away as the centuries wore by. Every now and again, a Bulgarian state would rise, it would fall to various people, but nonetheless, that was the transformation from the ancient Bulgar people, from a Turkic people into a Slavic Bulgarian people. So that's sort of the intermingling there. Then, of course, we have our ever-present friends, the Turks come along, destroy the Eastern Roman Empire, take Constantinople, invade the Balkans, bring what would become Bulgaria under their control. Macedonia, Albania, Serbia, all the Balkans effectively falls under the realm of the Turks for centuries. Not a small number, but a certain percentage, maybe percentage is too fine a word, a certain segment of the Bulgarian population converts to Islam. There's also the settling of ethnic Turks in Bulgaria, and this creates the Turkic minority in Bulgaria that exists to this day. So, with this, I've just realized I've kept up the Bulgarian meme while I was looking at a map and elucidating on a map where I was pointing at stuff happening. So it's another boomerism on my end. So let's bring up the map now. Display capture. And it's not coming up. Display capture. There we go. So as I was saying, this is Thrace here, where I was just talking about. Here's Bulgaria. Here's the wider Balkans. Bulgaria was over in this area if people are really interested in the autism I was spewing out at you. So, as part of this Slavicized Bulgarian minority, this Slavicized Bulgarian identity, naturally, if these people now consider themselves Slavs, if they've picked up Slavic language, the Bulgarian language, if they've picked up a Slavic writing system, the Cyrillic writing system of this time, if they've picked up Slavic, particularly Russian-like naming conventions, if you look at a lot of Bulgarian names, you'll see that they sound very similar to what you would imagine Russian names. They have the same naming conventions. Sort of like men are named the son of, like, so for example, like Ovanovich is son of Ivan. So you would have like Boris Ivanovich Konstantinovkov, like that, for example, like that. Or in a female case, you would have like, say, Maria Victorianova Uglin, just made up that last name. That is Maria, daughter of Victoria Uglin. That naming convention comes into Bulgarian identity as well. So while Bulgaria sort of dwells under Ottoman domination, you have, like Finland as well, you have the growing power of a Slavic Orthodox state to the east, to the northeast, in the form of the Russian Tsardom and then the Russian Empire. The Russian Empire through the 17 and 1800s rapidly advances down to the Black Sea and comes into numerous wars against the Ottomans. They fight these wars throughout the Caucasus, taking what would become modern-day Georgia, Azerbaijan. They took it from the Safavid Persians as opposed to the Ottoman Turks, but Armenia are lands that were taken from the Ottoman Empire through the various Russo-Turkish wars. This also happened in the Balkans. So Russia is pushing down into this area, invading and pushing back this Islamic Turkic empire. The Russians proclaim this mantle, take on this mantleship as the defender of Slavic and Orthodox peoples in the Balkans. This has ramifications in World War I as it brings them into friction with Austro-Hungary, the other ascending power in the region, as the Ottoman Turks go into stagnation. But nonetheless, it's the Russians who really press this issue. The Russians come in, establish the quasi-independent principalities, the Vlach principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia, which I went into a bit more in my Moldova stream, as Orthodox states now liberated from Ottoman client state status. They then fight a war in the late 1880s. When was the Bulgarian War of Liberation? Yeah, the 1885 Eastern Rumelia became the late 10th Russia Treaty of San Stefano. Late 1800s, towards the mid to the late 1800s, the Russians fight various wars against the Turks. As Turkish power, Ottoman power declines in the Balkans, you get a more barbaric sort of implementation of Turkish and Ottoman rule in the area. This is things where like the Bazai Bazouks come in, stuff like that. You're sort of marauding Muslim warrior who pillages towns in order to reestablish control. That's where that sort of image of the Ottoman Turks come in this area. So as part of that, the Russians kind of portrayed their wars against the Ottoman Turks in the Balkans is like a liberating aspect to free the lands of ancient Greece, to free the lands of oppressed Slavs and Orthodox Christians in the region. Not going to go too much into it. There's a lot of history that still bears influence today on politics and identities in the region, but nonetheless, we're focused on Bulgaria. Russians fight a war to guarantee the independence, to establish the independence of a principality of Bulgaria. And this is where the direct lineage of what Bulgaria is kind of at today comes from, because Bulgarian independence was won at the blood, shot, and steel of Russian soldiers. And that hasn't been forgotten in a large section of Bulgarian population. So Bulgaria reestablishes itself upon the world, and it has its independence effectively guaranteed in terms, at least against the Ottomans, by a Russian force of arms, via the generosity, as one might say, of the Russian Tsar. And that is created in Bulgaria a certain Russophilia in politics and in social society and culture that maintains to this day. So there's a number of Balkan wars just at the turn of the last century, the 1900s, right up until 1911. Bulgaria fights various wars against the Serbs, against the Turks, against the Greeks. They all unite to fight against the Turks, and then they all fall apart and fight against each other again. And then World War I happens. Don't need to rehash that. Doesn't go well for Russia. Russia's removed from the stage. Bulgaria plugs along in an unstable region alongside a new Yugoslav sovereign Slavic state, against Romania to the north, and against a unstable Greek kingdom to the south, and a Turkish state that is kind of checked out of international politics at this stage. But you have a Tsardom of Bulgaria that languishes through the 1930s. Along comes funny mustache man out of Austria, takes over Germany, does a whole bunch of stuff, starts a war with various countries. Bulgaria signs up to the Axis powers. It actually joins the Germans. Doesn't really actually do much in the Second World War, but nonetheless, it is an Axis power. Flash forward, the Soviets are starting to push the Germans out of the borders of the USSR. They're pushing into Romania. Romania holds a coup, switches sides. Bulgaria holds a coup as well and kicks out the Bulgarian Tsar and flips to a Soviet-style government. And then we go into the Cold War. Bulgaria is kind of like one of these... Bulgaria is one of these countries that is very little talked about because it really didn't do much. Like whenever you talk about the Warsaw Pact, you think of countries like the Hungarian uprising, the Prague Spring, the situation with Poland. Bulgaria is just kind of sitting down here doing its own thing, kind of guarding the southern border, as it were, with NATO, Greece, and Turkey. But Bulgaria isn't exactly a major player in the Cold War. But nonetheless, it is a fairly loyal ally to Moscow. Where Ceausescu and the communist regime in Romania kind of tries to play a more pragmatic path between anti-Soviet and pro-Soviet policies, and Yugoslavia under Tito just breaks away completely from the Soviet sphere. Bulgaria kind of maintains a fairly close relationship with Moscow and the USSR, but nonetheless, communism collapses, Warsaw Pact is gone, a new Bulgarian Republic emerges out of the ashes. And this is kind of where it gets, if it wasn't already a bit depressing. Bulgaria is kind of one of these countries that probably in a couple hundred years won't exist. Since the collapse of communism, a literal quarter of the entire Bulgarian population is gone. They've not died necessarily, but Bulgaria is plagued by corruption, incompetent politics, incompetent economics. Young Bulgarians vote with their feet and they leave the country. And this has created a horrific demographic situation in Bulgaria. I'll see if I can actually bring this up to illustrate it. I believe it's actually worse than Russia's. I'm probably going to have to default to Wikipedia on this one. I not bring that up. Okay, we'll just cheese it like this. So just demographics of Bulgaria here. As you can see, Bulgaria collapses through World War One, but fairly solid growth of Bulgarian population all the way up until that's about 1989, where it peaked around 9 million, and it's just collapsed down to, what are we at now? 6.5 million, so that's around about a quarter of all Bulgarians have left. Mostly it's down to young Bulgarians leaving the country. As you can see, this is reflected in the fertility rate. Fertility rates are going down everywhere, of course, but in Bulgaria, if you have all the young men and women leaving the country, as you can see, 1990 scrolls around and it just tanks completely. That if the people who are of the age to give birth leave the country, it's not really going to do much to sustain the fertility rate, although it looks like it was climbing, but I can imagine the pandemic has probably just completely tanked that. See population period. So yeah, it's kind of reflected here. Male surplus, female surplus. So there you go. Why am I bringing this up? Why am I bringing up Bulgarian demographics? Because it kind of has an influence on Bulgarian politics as well. So Bulgaria is how do I broach this subject? So you have significant numbers of young Bulgarians leave the country. They mostly go to places like Germany, from my understanding, the United States, North America, Australia. We don't really get many in the UK. The only ones that I've met are like university students are fairly well off. But they tend to go to continental European states to find their fame and fortune. Some of them do eventually go back to Bulgaria, kind of like what the Poles did, where a lot of Polish immigrants came to the UK, earned a bit of money, went back to build a house and live in Poland. Young Bulgarians don't really seem to be doing that as much, which is pressing the demographic issue quite a lot. But so now we'll come into Bulgarian politics. So there is a strong Russophile section of Bulgarian politics, and it's mostly, from my understanding, from what I've read of it, the hard right, the nationalist right, the ultra right, and the hard left. So you're talking nationalist parties. The old Socialist Party, the successor to the old Communist Party, these are Russophile parties. These are parties that look to Russia, want to have good relationships with Russia, and the like. The sort of more mainstream centrist left and right parties are very pro. They're not necessarily anti-Russia, although one of them definitely is. It's more that they view that if there's any salvation for Bulgaria, it's going to come in the form of the EU, NATO, and aligning closer with Western interests. So they're the parties that we need to look at. The GERB, the GERB party, and the center left party. If there's any Bulgarians in chat, please correct me if I'm way off the mark on this stuff. But let's have a look, see what the latest intention of Bulgarian European Insider. No. Global Watch. Okay, well, while I'm looking for this, I'll give a little screed. So, whenever Russia invaded Ukraine, the certain parts of Bulgarian politics really wanted to go balls to the wall in supporting Ukraine. And there was a lot of other sections of the governing coalition were very dead against it because of a lingering Russophilia. But also, another aspect to consider is the Budjak area, this part of Ukraine that juts off into Romania below Moldova. I believe that there is a substantial ethnic Bulgarian minority in this area. Not saying that there's necessarily any irredentist claims on it, but I'm pretty sure most of you guys are aware that there is a pretty brutal, well, probably not brutal is probably too strong of a word, but there is a policy of Ukrainianization that the Ukrainians enact on non-Ukrainian minorities. The Bulgarians are not exempt from that, so that happens there. This kind of builds up a bit of resentment in certain elements of Bulgarian politics against Ukraine. But also, as I say, a lot of Bulgarians consider the very independence of their country only to have been won at the sword, shot, and steel of Russian soldiers in the 18th century. And then there's also this sort of on the left wing of Bulgarian politics, you have this sort of affinity between old communists and those sort of peoples for Russia like a lot of what tankies do, is they sort of look to Russia as kind of like a spiritual successor, if not like a political successor to the old Soviet state of old. So they're the kind of lingering situations in Bulgaria. Alongside this, I don't know too much about it, so I can't talk about it too much. But from my understanding, is there was some border disputes with Serbia over recent decades, but they've largely been resolved. And there is also an ongoing issue where Bulgarians, certain elements of Bulgarian society, question if Macedonians are a people or if they're just Bulgarians who don't know it yet. So I'm not too sure what the situation between Bulgaria and its former Yugoslavian neighbors exactly are at this stage, but that's the situation there. So, but as part of the conflicted nature of Bulgarian politics, Bulgaria takes a very pragmatic stance towards the situation in Ukraine. They kind of rebuff a lot of the overt demands from Kiev and from particularly the United States to send weapons and arms to Bulgaria. This is quite pertinent because if Bulgaria got anything out of the Soviet period, it was a fairly, for its size, decent arms industry, kind of like the Czechs have. The Bulgarians built up quite a decent arms industry. You're talking about things like the modern, if not quite the production of tanks in of itself, but certainly the ability to modernize and repair tanks, the production of small arms, and the big thing being the production of Soviet legacy artillery shells. So you're talking the 122 millimeter shells, as the Bulgarians have a big stake in that industry. But Bulgarian politics kind of demands it, and a large segment of the Bulgarian people, as evidenced in the opening video, the Bulgarian segment, I put up footage of a lot of Bulgarian pro-Russian Bulgarian protesters over the past year. They make themselves known, and that kind of makes the Bulgarian government say, okay, look, we can't send stuff directly to Ukraine. So, but it's a growing industry. If you have two former Soviet states firing a lot of Soviet legacy artillery shells at each other, but you have one of the world's biggest, outside of Russia, Soviet legacy artillery shell producing industries, well, that's a boom industry, excuse the pun. The Bulgarians sort of get around this, where they still sell these weapons to unnamed buyers who then divert those shells to Ukraine, and that's kind of how Bulgaria kind of has its position in the war in Ukraine. So direct shipments to Ukraine is too much, from my understanding, and we'll have to wait and see how the new government deals with it. That's too much for Bulgarian politics and Bulgarian people to hack it or to accept at this stage. But as a lot of, whenever you hear these big pronouncements like the Americans are signing another 2.8 billion aid package to Ukraine, the British are sending 500 million pounds to Ukraine, a lot of that money is sort of like discretionary spending. What that means is like they'll say, like, the British will go to the Ukrainians and say, we've got 20 million pounds for you to spend on what you need. The Ukrainians don't actually get that money, but the Ukrainians will say, go to this shell plant in Bulgaria and say, okay, we need 100,000 shells from this factory. So then the British government, this is just hypothetically, though I'm sure that is actually what happens, British government goes to the Bulgarian government in this arms factory and says, 20 million pounds on the table. We want like so many thousands of shells from you. So the Bulgarians are technically signing the contract and supplying, say, like in this example, the British government the artillery shells, but then the British government then hands the shells off to Ukraine. That's kind of how a lot of this discretionary money in spending happens, in aid happens with Ukraine. This is why you have things like Pakistani shells turning up in Ukraine. This is why you have like Jordanian, jointly designed with Russia, anti-tank guided missiles turning up in Ukraine. A lot of these sort of bizarre captures or photographs of certain unique weapon systems from countries you wouldn't expect appearing in Ukraine. This is how it happens: is this stuff is sold on the international arms market. A third party will come along and buy it, and then they will divert it to Ukraine. That's how a lot of armaments and supplies goes to Ukraine, and that's kind of how it's working with Bulgaria a lot. So in terms of actual direct military equipment, the Bulgarians sell it to another party who then pass it on to Ukraine, and that's how they make their influence on the war situation. Good economics for Bulgaria. It's like I say, it's not. I believe its economy is doing okay, but it has a very strong problem with corruption and political corruption. So if they can sort of build up a decent arms industry while a war is going on, that's probably money that they can't really shy away from. Also, Bulgaria is aspiring to join Schengen and adopt the euro at some point, so I'm sure it can win some brownie points in Brussels by not overtly, but sort of towing the line towards Ukraine in this sort of surreptitious manner as such. So that's kind of the situation between Bulgaria with Ukraine in terms of that. But also, as I briefly mentioned, from my understanding, is there is a fairly developed vehicle modernization industry in Ukraine, in Bulgaria. So there's some speculation that some damaged Ukrainian tanks and heavy equipment tends to end up in certain Bulgarian factories for repair and refit. Most of that stuff does go to the Czech Republic and the Poles. They're the guys who really shoulder the weight from that. But there has been some speculation that the Bulgarians might get some stuff off the side in that as well. So Bulgaria is kind of trying to play maybe a bit more of a pragmatic role in the war. Like I said, there's a strong Russophilia in Bulgaria, but politically it's just unconscionable at this stage for, say, Bulgaria to be overtly pro-Russia, as any country in the EU can do at the moment. Like the Hungarians are the closest to that, but even then the Hungarians are listed as a hostile power to Russia, and they provide humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. So that's the kind of thing. And also, like I say, lingering massive demographic problem coming down the road for Bulgaria in the years to come. It's kind of a country that's kind of caught between larger, more prosperous power blocks, especially whenever it's part of the EU and sees its future, and kind of probably its only salvation is really adopting the West at this stage in terms of economics and politics. So I feel there was something else to mention there. Not off the top of my head. So I'll do a quick spiel on Montenegro, but I really need to pop to the toilet. Do I play a bit of the opening video, or do I just fire into it? Actually, I don't know much about Montenegro, so I'll just give a quick spiel on it. There is elections in Montenegro today. The incumbent president of Duganovic, I believe his name is, of Montenegro, has lost power. He held power in Montenegro since effectively the communist era. Montenegro was an autonomous part of Yugoslavia. I believe he was the party boss there. And then whenever Montenegro broke from Serbia, whenever the old union finally split and Montenegro reestablished itself as an independent state, he also has been the president ever since then, and I believe that was in 2006. Djukanovic was his name. He's lost power. He's a guy who is very pro West, integration with the West. A number of years ago, there was allegations that the Russians were actually trying to fund a coup to oust him. How realistic that was, who knows? But nonetheless, there's a lot of... I don't know enough, so I can't really opine on that. There's a lot of Serbs who think that Montenegrins are just Serbs and don't know it. There's a lot of Montenegrins who think that there's like two Serbian nations, or that Montenegrins are completely separate from Serbs. But a lot of pro-Serbian voices in Montenegro and in Serbia are celebrating this. maybe it's looking that Montenegro might start to move a little bit away from the pro-Western course that it was charting. I don't know too much about the guy who is coming into power now, but Montenegro is a NATO member, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. Montenegro. It's not yet an EU power, but it is. The accession of Montenegro. Okay, so Montenegro joined NATO in 2017, but I think Montenegro is. I mean, it is a very small country. I don't think it has much really bearing on the situation between Russia and Ukraine at the moment. Probably has more bearing on localized issues in the Balkans, especially between Bosnia and Serbia, and Kosovo and Albania. So that's a very quick. I really don't know anything spiel about Montenegro. Looks like a beautiful country from what I've seen of it. The only other thing I really know about Montenegro is it was like the first Balkan state to emerge from Ottoman domination. Montenegro was independent before Serbia was. So, and it fought as its own independent power in the First World War under from what I've read of him, a fairly delightful king. But that's about it that I know off the top of my head. So, with that, my throat is about to collapse on me. But anyone in chat, I just want to give you a bit of notice. I'm thinking of. I'm probably going to post about this in the Telegram group, but funding. And I want to get your guys' view on this because I am thinking of opening a shop of sorts. What it will do is I have a guy in Hungary, I have a couple of people in Belarus, potentially a guy in Russia, who, providing if it all works out, could mail me a lot of cool communist era stuff, badges, pins, patches, maybe hats, stuff like that. A lot of Soviet nostalgia or cool little novelty stuff from their various countries. What I'm thinking of doing is I will buy a whole bunch of this stuff in bulk, and then I will, like, I don't know if sell's the right word, but I would sell it at a fairly inflated price so that if you donate something to me, I will then, like, you get something for it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know quite how to word it, but that's the way I'm thinking of going it, because just trying to spice things up a bit. But the stuff, like, I don't know how to say it. Yeah. So I'm thinking of buying in a whole bunch of Soviet, communist era, Russian, Ukrainian, cool Slavic novelty stuff. And I'm thinking of like selling that at a bit of an inflated price, so that inflated price is obviously if you want to donate something to me, that's what the inflated price is, but then you get something back as like a recompense for it, as opposed to just sending money out the blue. So that's an idea I've had. So I'll post about it in the Telegram at some point and see what the feedback is, but that's what I'm thinking of doing. Might do a test over the next month to get these guys to mail me just an empty package and see if it gets through okay. More concerned about the Belarus and the Russian aspect. I imagine stuff from Hungary, and I've got a guy in Poland as well. I imagine that stuff should be able to get through okay on that end. So that's what I'm thinking about. Potentially trying to affect a sort of quasi shop type thing. So looking for I'm interested in people's feedback on that. Like, if you don't, obviously if you're not minded to do it and you've never done it and you'd never give money, like, that's okay. But obviously, like, not really interested in your opinion on that. But for those who are, do let me know what your thoughts are on that. So with that, I'd like to give a massive shout out to our Israeli guest at the start of the stream. I found the discussion really insightful. I hope you guys did as well. I really enjoyed it. So if there's any big stuff that comes out of Israel, I'll be sure to have him back on the stream. He seems to have been able to elucidate and explain the issues regarding the Israeli judiciary and elements of Israeli society and politics quite well. I've learned a lot, and I hope it's worth it for you guys. Oh, my throat. Oh, pardon me. And I hope my little quick spiel on why Finland joining NATO, my little sort of geopolitical screed on Finland was elucidating to you guys to sort of open up some of the more complex issue that Russian accession, Finnish accession to NATO now provides. And like I say, the Bulgarian one was a bit more sparse, but I don't know too much about that, and I have no idea about Montenegro. But I hope you were able to get something out of that. What I'm thinking of doing is whenever a country does an election, is I might use it as like a segue to talk about like the geopolitics of that country. Kind of testing it with this format. If you guys could let me know how you feel that is, I'd appreciate it. Let me know if you liked it. If it's probably not the best, if you just prefer to hear about the domestic issues of countries undergoing these elections, let me know. Obviously, if I happen to get in touch with someone who is from these countries or resides in those countries, I'll bring them onto stream to give an actual lived experience view of it. Because that's kind of what I've tried to, and I want to do more of this channel, is whenever I talk about a country and sort of do a deep dive on a country and the issues of it and how it relates to Russia and Ukraine. I've always tried to, and I would prefer to do it more, is to bring on someone who actually is from there and can give you guys a far more insightful view of it than me, who's probably just studied it at university or my own weird autistic mindset. So that's kind of how I'm thinking I will segue elections into sort of giving brief geopolitical overviews of various countries in that way. So with that, I guess the only thing left to do is, if you aren't already, please do come follow me on Twitter. I would really appreciate it if you follow me on Twitter. If somehow you are in here and you aren't already, I would really appreciate it if you followed me on the Telegram. I'll post those in the chat. They should be linked below the video. So that's the Telegram link. That is where the vast majority of my stuff is, but I imagine pretty much everyone in here is here because they are in that Telegram group. But here is the Twitter. If you happen to be on Twitter, there is the Twitter as well. So with that, thank you everyone who came up to the stream. Thank you very much to the people who donated. It's greatly appreciated. If you are watching this stream back and you are minded to throw a coin my way, I'm sorry if I am getting a bit shilly, but you know, I need to make this a bit cost worthwhile. There are links below to various ways that you might be able to throw a coin into the monkey's hat for grinding the organ all this time. So with that, thank you so much to everyone who's come. I hope it was worthwhile to you. Potentially, I have ambitions to do 2 streams this week. I need to do an update stream on Ukraine. That will happen this week. And then there's another stream that I've kind of got in the works. Also, I'm kind of new at it, so it'll probably take a bit of a while, but I am also working on a video going into Russian tanks, deep storage, why we are seeing specific tanks where all the other models of tanks that are mysteriously absent, that kind of stuff. I'm putting my thoughts into a bit of a video, and I'm not too sure when it will be out, but that is sort of going on behind the scenes. So with that, thank you very much guys for coming along. I really appreciate it. I hope you all enjoyed it, and I will speak to you all soon. Have a great day, rest of your evening. Happy Palm Sunday to all Western Rite Christians, and with that, Paka paka, auf Wiedersehen, guten Nacht, have a great evening everyone, and I will speak to you all again soon. See ya.
The European security architecture have changed fundamentally after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The change in the security landscape makes it necessary to analyze how the European security architecture have changed fundamentally after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The change in the security landscape makes it necessary to analyze how we best secure peace for Finland and in our region in the future. So the report sees NATO as it is, not only as a military alliance, but also as a political alliance.
Sotahan nyt marssinne kotikulta jääköön, jääkäri veli tässä velvoittaa. Ylös veljet valkoiset, alas ryssät punaiset, ei nyt auta vihamiestä armahtaa. Ylös veljet valkoiset, alas ryssät punaiset, ei nyt auta vihamiestä armahtaa. Voittoja väkeviä saatu jo monta, meillä on valkoisessa Suomessa. Oulu olkoon omamme, Vaasa varsin varmamme, Viipuria vastahan nyt vierimme. Oulu olkoon omamme, Vaasa varsin varmamme, Viipuria vastahan nyt vierimme. Veriset on taistelut takanamme käyty, kuka heitä kaikkia muistaakaan. Maskivesi varkaus, Mäntyharjun harppaus, Karjalan kaikki hoiva varjelemus. Maskivesi varkaus, Mäntyharjun harppaus, Karjalan kaikki hoiva varjelemus. Anttilan harjoilla pommit ne paukkuu, raudussa skrapnellit räiskähtelee. Vahvala se ankarin, suurin näki sankarin, Pullilankin punikin ne rangaistaan. Vahvala se ankarin, suurin näki sankarin, Pullilankin punikin ne rangaistaan. Tulkoon ryssiä 1000, Karjalan armeija kestää sen. Aika on jo ahdistaa, punakartit puhdistaa, venäläisen verikoirat karkoittaa. Aika on jo ahdistaa, punakartit puhdistaa, venäläisen verikoirat karkoittaa. Kuolema korkea sankarin palkka, urhojen haudoilla hurrataan. Ruumis saakoon haavataan, kuulat käyköön kulkuaan, sielu jääpi perinnöksi syntymämaan. Ruumis saakoon haavataan, kuulat käyköön kulkuaan, sielu jääpi perinnöksi syntymämaan. Diakonin sinnaan leijona lippu, jukolisten pojat me nostetaan. Suomen voimat
And I have just spoken with President Sauli Niinistö to congratulate him on this historic occasion. Finland will formally join our alliance in the public